Chapter 923. Su Fengyan didn't hide anything from Su Beiji. When the Yen family betrayed Beiliang and went to the capital to enjoy wealth, it was the weaving bureau that pulled the strings between the imperial court and the imperial court. The escape route, the disguise, and the various locations along the way were all carefully planned. However, Li Yishan had been watching from the sidelines. In this game of intrigue between Beiliang and the imperial court, Beiliang was one step ahead. In addition, Chu Lushan spared no effort in investigating. In the end, they were intercepted by Beiliang's spies. However, Su Fengyan was soft-hearted and personally pleaded for mercy for the Yen family. Only then did Su Xiao let them go. Otherwise, even if Wang Xianji came to Beiliang personally to save them, she would only be able to save one or two people. Although Li Shifeng lost, it was amazing that he could still do what he did when he was surrounded by wolves in Beiliang. Su Beiji broke the silence and said, "If Li Shifeng wants to spend his old age peacefully, he has to make a deal with Beiliang before he returns to the capital. However, this deal will only benefit him." Su Fengyan was silent, but his expression was somewhat gloomy. Su Beiji raised his eyebrows and said bluntly, "I remember that you used to have 3 very good friends. Among them, Yen Qiji has already followed his family to the capital to become a relative of the imperial court. He has a bright future ahead of him. Kong Wuxia isn't bad either. At the end of the year, he also became a commandant of the imperial army. In the end, only Li Hanlin is left in Beiliang. Do you really have the heart to do that? You haven't even become a vassal king, yet you plan to become a loner?" Su Fengyan said calmly, "No matter what the result is, even if it is the worst, I will ensure that the Li family will never have to worry about food or clothing. Li Hanlin not acknowledging me as a brother is also my own fault." Su Beiji smiled faintly and said, "How pitiful!" Su Fengyan kicked this fellow. Su Beiji leaned against the wall of the carriage and patted his clothes. He asked casually, "That good friend of Wang Lifting, Sun Yin, was praised by Yao Baifeng as a talented bull. Yao Baifeng became the left chancellor of the Imperial College and controls the literary world. Did any spies say that Master wanted to invite Sun Yin to be the chancellor?" Su Fengyan laughed and said, "Ju Zi, you're really something. If I didn't know that Yao Baifeng had secretly sent someone to invite Sun Yin and promised that as long as this fellow was willing to go to the capital and become the chancellor of the Imperial College, he would be able to participate in the court examinations next year. Yao Baifeng would have put down his precious face and personally asked the Zhao family's emperor for the top spot. If not, I wouldn't have known that there was such a person in Huangnam County. However, you can relax but you can't. Sun Yin has already been sent to Lingzhou by Wang Lifting. I plan to let him become a 6th-rank official with real power. If you become the provincial governor of Lingzhou and are overshadowed by this person, be careful that I don't let him replace your position in a fit of anger." Su Beiji glanced at Su Fengyan and didn't say anything. Su Fengyan smiled. Don't worry. I like the new and not the old. No matter how capable Sun Yin is, Ju Zi, you're still my old love. My favor won't decrease." Su Beiji laughed coldly. "Stop the car quickly. Let me go out and vomit." Su Fengyan looked hurt. "You don't understand. I saved all the good stuff for you first. I picked up a heavenly blue gall bottle from the Dongyue Imperial Kiln at the Peach Cheeks restaurant. There's no other bottle like it in the world. You really don't want it? Then I'll give it to Chun Shiliang. That fellow is more sensible than you." Su Beiji closed his eyes to rest and said calmly, "Hurry up." At noon on New Year's Eve, His Royal Highness was finally seen on Mount Qingliang, which was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Su Fengyan arranged for Huyan Guanin to stay in a quiet courtyard. He didn't plan on letting her meet up with the girls from Wutangen. Su Xiao accompanied them along the way. He didn't say much and was just happy. His younger brother, Huang Manor, had grown a few centimeters taller. There was a hint of anger between his eyebrows. When he wasn't smiling, he was abnormally heroic and exuberant. However, when he smiled foolishly with his father, this instantly broke down. Fortunately, he no longer drooled, but this still left Su Fengyan speechless. When they went to see second sister, the family of 4 finally reunited. Su Weisheng, who controlled half of Beiliang's spies, was now living in Wutangan so that he could handle confidential affairs. In Wutangan, apart from the two senior maids, Sweet Potato and Blue Bird, who didn't participate, the other two maids had all become Beiliang's female Hanlin. They read and sift through military intelligence and spy reports and had the right to approve them. Those in the know called them Vermilion's maids. This was especially true for Lu Yi, who was second only to Su Weisheng in the 19 ways. It was as if she was born to be good at scheming and planning and had become the second in command of Wutangan. The second Junju, who demanded perfection, reprimanded almost all of the maids, but she relied heavily on Lu Yi. The three men of the Su family entered the room in Wutangan. Su Weisheng sat in a wheelchair behind a low desk that was specially made for her. She raised her head and glanced at the three of them. She then lowered her head and casually pulled out a copy from a large stack of secret reports that had already been approved. She inspected the Vermilion's maids in the neighboring rooms to see if they had made any mistakes. Su Fengyan jogged over and saw that the ink on the ancient inkstone on the table was a little dry. He immediately squatted down beside the wheelchair and turned his head to flatter her. "Sister, I'll grind the ink for you." Su Weisheng didn't even turn her head to look at him. She smiled insincerely and said, "How could I let the Ling Zhou general do this for me?" Su Fengyan played dumb and said, Of course. Su Weisheng didn't continue to make sarcastic remarks about His Royal Highness. She allowed him to roll his sleeves and grind the ink while she focused on reading the detailed Vermilion's handwriting on the various court reports and Beiliang's own spy reports. Su Shao smiled knowingly. Su Longxiang sat down on the doorstep and held his chin in a daze. Su Weisheng probably couldn't stand Su Fengyan being in the way. She didn't even raise her head and said, "Didn't you see that we haven't put up the Spring Festival couplets and peach talismans?" Su Fengyan slapped his head and said in realization, "I'll go write the couplets right now. Let's put them up together later?" Su Weisheng didn't make a sound. Su Fengyan went to the empty desk next door and began writing rapidly. It still took him an hour to finish writing the 100 Spring Festival couplets that the prince's estate needed. Every time he finished writing one, Su Shao and Su Longxiang would gently dry them. Then they would call Su Weisheng. She still had work to do and told him not to wait for her. Su Fengyan and Huang Manor could only each carry 50 or so Spring Festival couplets. Su Shao was responsible for carrying a box of slightly lighter couplets. They began to put up couplets from top to bottom on Mount Qingliang. When they reached the main gate, they found Su Weisheng sitting in a wheelchair, quietly waiting outside the gate. Su Fengyan smiled and asked Su Shao to see if the couplets were crooked. He and Su Longxiang put up especially wide and large Spring Festival couplets. The two brothers finished putting up the couplets at the same time. When they turned around, they saw Su Shao smiling from ear to ear. Second sister also had a smile that she hadn't seen in a long time. Chapter 9:24. After pasting the Spring Festival couplets on the main gate, Su Weisheng returned to Wutangan, leaving the three masters to wander around the prince's manor. Su Fengyan and Su Shao talked about the affairs of Lingzhou in bits and pieces. Su Shao occasionally talked about some interesting news that had recently happened in the imperial court. For example, Gu Jiantong's son-in-law went on a killing spree in Jizhou. Now, the imperial censors and civil officials were too lazy to scold him, Su Shao. They turned their heads and scolded General Gu, who had lost his position as Minister of War. In any case, Gu Jiantang was no longer in the capital. The originally aggressive Gu hut in the Ministry of War was like a group of dragons without a leader. Outside of the Censorate and the Ministry of War, the other 5 departments were all jumping around vigorously. This made the members of the Gu faction in the imperial court dejected and very tired of dealing with them. This year was not going to be easy. There was also the Imperial College's left chancellor, Yao Baifeng, teaching the second-in-command, Jean Lanting, a harsh lesson. This even alarmed the emperor, who personally went to the Imperial College to be a peacemaker. Only then did he barely manage to settle the matter. The situation within the Imperial College was well known to everyone. The townspeople had formed their own associations, and most of them were advocating for Jean Sanlang. This was also why Yao Baifeng would say that the gentlemen of today like to have friends. Su Xiao also said that the crown prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu, was not a well-behaved person. Leading thousands of elite riders all the way up north, he did not look like he was going to pacify the situation. He was clearly busy showing off his strength. The few provinces he passed by were all in turmoil. Before he even reached Guangling Road, where Zhao Yi was, he had already caused all the officials along the way to complain incessantly. Memorials complaining and impeaching flew into the imperial palace like snowflakes. The three of them walked to the side of Tidehark Lake. Su Xiao suddenly came to his senses. He said he was going to listen to Wang Chudong's storytelling and missed the time. That girl put on airs and was not willing to chat with an old man like him. Su Xiao hurriedly jogged over. Seeing this, Su Fengyan was dumbfounded. It looked like Wang Dongxiang, who was second in the Yanji Academy, was indeed formidable. Even Su Xiao, who was most afraid of dealing with books, was subdued. Previously, a letter from home had been sent to Lingzhou. Su Xiao had said that Wang Chudong was very witty and clever. She was not afraid of an old brute like him at all. She gave him a lesson the moment they met. Acting like an elder, she told him, the illiterate king of Beiliang, that reading was actually very interesting and not boring at all. She told Su Xiao to read official history. Winners were kings and losers were bandits, so it was better to read unofficial history. Reading about scholars and beauties was the same. No matter how many twists and turns there were, they would eventually grow old together. In reality, it could not compare to reading classics. It was like seeing an old gentleman sitting upright from start to finish. You would feel that he had been rigid for too long, but one day you would feel that he had his own adorable aspects. Other than that, Wang Chudong also said that reading military books and poetry books was different. Su Fengyan felt great admiration. This girl was really daring to teach Su Xiao how to read. It had to be said that neither Li Yishan nor Zhao Chongling had been able to get Su Xiao to read more books in the past. Su Fengyan looked up at Tide Listening Pavilion. Chun Shiliang should be in the side room on the top floor right now. Everyone in the Wang Fu said that this young man was increasingly similar to that state scholar who had died without a grave. Su Fengyan looked away and saw Su Juzi sitting alone in the pavilion, throwing a large amount of bait into the lake. The koi fish rolled in a grand scene. Su Fengyan squatted at the edge of Tide Listening Pavilion's platform and said to Huang Manor beside him. Lu Qiuer said that the section of willow whose body I tore apart did not die. He probably used an unorthodox Qi cultivator's ability to cunningly escape before he died. I think that this person's identity is not as simple as a spider's web. It's fine, we will definitely have a chance to interact with him in the future. Huang Man'er nodded earnestly. Su Fengyan said self-deprecatingly, I'm puzzled. That section of willow was like that. But that little celestial master who changed his name from Zhao Jingxi to Zhao Ningxin was also difficult to deal with. He was suppressed half to death at the spring lake. I originally wanted to use him as a useless person to make the Taoist ancestral court unhappy. I didn't expect that when I returned to Mount Longhu, I heard that Zhao Ningxin's realm had advanced by leaps and bounds again. The young chief of Wudong, Li Yufu, killed the evil dragon at Mount Shafei and became famous all over the world. The old celestial master, Zhao Shi, who had been in seclusion for many years, did not stay idle either. He built the Jade Emperor Tower that was as famous as the Great Yellow Court. His ascension was imminent and countless people had already gone to Mount Longhu to worship him. Even the crown prince, Zhao Zhuan, went to Huizhou to watch the show in disguise. It's very likely that it's true. And that heartless woman from Mount Huizhou, who became the chief of Wulin, changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. She said that after sending the copies of Mount Huizhou's secret manuals to Beiliang, she would draw a clear line with me. Su Fengyan turned his head and patted Huang Manor's head. He smiled gently and said, Let's not talk about these annoying things. Huang Manor, you don't have to worry about anything. Father and your brother are here. That's right. Ever since your brother seized and transported back the 4 talisman general armors from the Xiangfan Reed marshes, he began to let the Mahis giants in Beiliang's machine-making bureau work to restore it to the level of Great Grandmaster Yi Hongting's number 1 talisman armor. Last time at the Iron Gate Pass, the golden armor was also in our hands. Moreover, this time, from the killer cat outside Xinwu City, I learned some secrets from Han Diaoxi's skull through Su Ying. One of them was the details of how he skinned Yi Hongting. After the new year, I will go to the machine-making bureau and tell those giants the details of the process. In the future, when you put on that talisman armor and charge into enemy lines, at least you don't have to worry too much about being killed by a section of willow. Also, Huang Manor on the Great Bull Hill, Shenyuan Jingqing once said that you can't easily enter the Shen Finger realm. You must remember, other than helping you make the talisman armor, I'm also flipping through some obscure secret manuals of Buddhism and Taoism in the building. That white fox face also agreed to help me find it. So you have to wait for your brother to find a shortcut that will let you smoothly become a Shen Finger expert. Before that, even if the sky falls down, you can't enter the Shen Finger realm. Do you remember? By now, Huang Manor wasn't stupid. His intuition told him that he couldn't agree, and he wasn't in the habit of lying to his brother. All he did was raise his head and nod without saying a word. The young man with polychoria moved his eyes but didn't dare to look at his brother. Su Fengyan knocked Su Longxiang on the head with a chestnut. Nod your head for your brother. Su Longxiang turned his back to Su Fengyan and, for the first time, didn't agree to his brother's request. Su Fengyan tugged at Huang Manor's ear for a long time but couldn't get his Vajra realm brother to turn his head. With a sigh, he let go of his hand and stared blankly at Tidehark Lake, which had calmed down after Su Beiji's departure. Huang Manor turned around and sat cross-legged on the ground. He reached out and gently stroked his brother's eye-catching grayish-white hair. Su Fengyan narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. There were fish in Tidehark Lake every year, and there was an abundance of Bailiang every year. Su Fengyan lay down slowly and rested the back of his head on his hand. He gazed at the clear sky and fell asleep peacefully. He had never told Su Shao that when he saw his father's silhouette on the Spring God Lake. Even though he knew that the silhouette was getting older and hunchbacked with age, he could still see the Emperor Wang Shenji, Zhang Julu, and Yuan Benshi from afar. Su Fengyan wasn't the least bit afraid of these fellows appearing together on the lake. He felt very at ease. Too much stronger Tiger Kuei scuttled out with a whoosh and ran toward Su Fengyan with all their might. In the end, Huang Manor pressed them down to the ground with one hand each. The two strange beasts were only a few feet away from Su Fengyan, yet they couldn't escape from Huang Manor's palms. Their gazes actually contained a hint of hidden bitterness. Su Fengyan smiled and said, Huang Manor, go play by yourself. Bring Bodhisattva and Vajra with you. I still need to sit here for a while and think about something. Huang Manor grinned and nodded. He dragged the two Tiger Kuei with him and ran far away. Huang Manor strolled around. After letting go of the Tiger Kuei for the first time, the pair of siblings wanted to run back to Tide Listening Pavilion to look for Su Fengyan. However, Huang Manor, who walked as fast as lightning, grabbed their tails. After suffering a few times, they could only follow behind him sickly. He unknowingly arrived outside the walls of Wutangen. In the end, he found that his father didn't go to listen to the story of that sister-in-law. Instead, he pushed the wheelchair and took his second sister to relax. When Su Shao saw Huang Manor, he waved his hand. When the female Tiger Kuei called Bodhisattva saw Su Weisheng, she seemed particularly affectionate and lively. Su Shao continued the previous topic and slowly said, In the future, you, as the older sister, have to keep an eye on the matter of Bailiang's official consort. Xiaoyan knows what she's doing. Father isn't just more at ease, he's the most at ease. It's only when it comes to matters of the heart that this child easily disregards the consequences once he falls in. Wei Xiong, it's not that I'm worried about the military and politics of Bailiang being affected. I've worked so hard to build up such a large family business. If in the end, my son can't even afford to squander it, then how am I supposed to be a general? How am I supposed to be the king of Bailiang after the new year? It's just that I'm very afraid that you, my younger brother, will get hurt. I'm a rough man, but I've seen many people come and go. I also know that this kind of invisible injury is more hurtful than a serious injury caused by a knife or arrow. Perhaps you won't be able to recover from it for the rest of your life. Su Weisheng grunted in acknowledgement. Chapter 9:25. Then there are the future concubines. To be honest, of the two women that have been temporarily decided, Wang Chudong, who is already in the Fu, and Lu Qingyan, who is in Qingzhou, father does like the little girl Wang Chudong more. However, there are different ranks of concubines. Wang Chudong can only be after Lu Qingyan. After all, the Lu family is full of talents. Compared to Wang Lingquan, who relied on Chu Lushan to climb to the position of the richest man in Qingzhou, Wang Chudong is definitely more important to Beiliang in the future. Therefore, in the future, if there is a dispute between the two families, as long as it doesn't involve major issues, you have to side with the Lu family. This can be considered father's compensation to Lu Qingyan as his daughter-in-law. Because father knows that Xiaoyan may not be able to open her heart to this poor woman in this lifetime. Treating each other with respect only sounds good, but for a married couple who will spend the rest of their lives together, it is actually a kind of suffering. Father has been going to Wang Chudong's place every day to listen to her stories. First, it is interesting. Second, it is an opportunity to let Beiliang know that this girl is the first daughter-in-law that Su Xiao approves of. In the future, if anyone wants to use the Wang family as a stepping stone to curry favor with the Lu family, they have to first consider whether their flattery will backfire. As for Pei Nanwei, father knows that you don't like this Princess Jing'an. You don't have to go against your heart and deliberately interact with her. Just let her be. In this world, there is only the saying that the elder brother is like the father and the elder sister-in-law is like the mother. There is no such thing as the elder sister taking care of the family. The reason why father nags you about this and wants you to bear this thankless responsibility is because father is selfish. He is afraid that Xiaoyan won't have any relatives to take care of her, so you can't marry in this lifetime. Wei Xiong, if you want to resent father, father will accept it. Father is a man who values boys over girls. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. Even when I was living with your mother, even if I had to brace myself, I would still say it so bluntly. Before Jihu was born, he was beaten by your mother. After Jihu was born, he was beaten so badly that it was unbearable to look at. Your mother made father, a rough man who was used to holding swords, spears, and sticks, to carry the child. No matter how much father loved his daughter, he couldn't bear the fact that the child insisted on crying. Your mother was reasonable to everyone, but she was unreasonable to your father. There were several times when I had to attend a military meeting every other day. I went to the tent with a bloody nose and a swollen face, and those bastards laughed at me. There was once an old brother who made a mistake and was personally whipped by father. This guy stared at father's swollen forehead from being whipped by your mother and even fucking knelt there and laughed foolishly. Father was so angry that he whipped him 50 more times. Later, when father went to apply medicine for his sore wounds, he actually laughed at father and said that no matter how embarrassing he was not as embarrassing as me. This old brother was Chen Jibao's father. Other than his young son, he was the one who led all the Chen family's descendants to their deaths. Father was not the kind of scoundrel who could be so shameless as to give a meritorious official a death-free gold medallion while craftily fabricating a crime of treason. If we said that we would be brothers, then we would be brothers for life. It was father who owed the Chen family first. Therefore, even though he knew that Chen Jibao would not accept Xiaoyan as the new Prince of Liang, he did not care about him for more than 10 years and allowed his adopted son to cultivate trusted aides. If Chen Jibao wanted to leave Beiliang, father would not stop him. If he wanted to be both the Minister of War and the Prince of Shu, it would be up to him. Father did not wish for the day when he and Xiaoyan would fall out and become enemies to the point where they would have to meet on the battlefield. It would be best if they could not have any contact with each other. However, father knew that the group of old foxes Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang, as well as the emperor of the Zhao family who was hiding behind the scenes, would not let such a sharp spear rust in vain and not point the tip of the spear at Beiliang. Speaking of this, the old man, who had been in the military all his life, was somewhat sorrowful. Su Xiao smiled and turned his head to his second son, Su Longxiang, and said, "Huang Man'er, you will be enlightened sooner or later. You must remember that your older brother is good to you. That time when your older brother got into big trouble and father wanted to beat him, you came out to stop him. You were angry at father and looked like you wanted to fight father to the death. Father only pretended to be angry on the surface, but in fact, he was very happy. Your older brother has not been happy these years. Outsiders think that because he is Su Xiao, the eldest son of the butcher's first wife, he will definitely be in the limelight. You will only understand the bitterness of it when you are enlightened. Losing his mother and sister is nothing. In the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period, countless people in his family died. However, he was cursed by people for 18 generations and had to guard the gate for these heartless bastards. Perhaps one day, he would have to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of thousands of his steel cavalry in exchange for peace of mind. Later, when the Central Plains changed masters, he would be cursed and scolded by the new masters in the history books. Furthermore, there would be a large group of scholars and common people who had never suffered any hardship. This is the most pitiful part of your brother. In his youth, before His Royal Highness chose to hide, the entire Baeliong Palace knew that His Highness doted on His Royal Highness from the bottom of his heart. As long as there was something fun, no matter how precious or rare it would be sent to Huang Manor before it was warmed up. However, when good things were in the hands of Huang Manor, who was astonishingly strong and did not know the severity of the situation, how could they be complete? It would only take a few moves for them to be broken. The people in the manor who cleaned up the mess had never seen His Royal Highness angry. Even when His Royal Highness began to live a dissolute life with a notorious reputation, he still did not neglect Su Longxiang. The servants were rarely whipped in the prince's mansion. Su Fengyan had gotten angry a few times because he knew that the servants were deliberately teasing the young prince. And those times, His Highness the heir apparent had personally punched and kicked the servants to death, without showing the slightest mercy. Chapter 9:26. Also, Wei Xiong, I know you care a lot about Xiaoyan, but you're cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Sometimes you just have to smile at him and he'll be very happy. A few years ago, he went to Mount Wudong to practice his saber art. You did not like him to practice martial art, because you were afraid that he would delay your hereditary inheritance. He was even more afraid that you would be unhappy. Therefore, when he picked up the pebbles from the bottom of the deep pool one by one, and chopped them one by one, he made more than 300 chess pieces for you. As soon as you saw him, you threw the 2 boxes of chess pieces all over the ground. After that, he personally picked them up. Some of them rolled into Tide Listening Lake, and he spent the whole night picking them up. Father and Ishan watched him in Tide Listening Pavilion for the whole night. Even Ishan, such a cold-hearted guy, ended up drinking to drown his sorrows. When you were young, didn't Xiaoyan do many things to make you happy? He clearly knew that Jihu doted on him, but he still helped you in everything. After Jihu left, do you think he felt good? Who saw him tearing his heart and lungs apart with their own eyes. Originally, with his temperament, he would have gone to Mount Wudong to pay respects to the old chief, Wang Zhongluo, in gratitude. He was afraid of Mount Wudong, afraid of that lotus peak. He was afraid that he would be a scourge, afraid that the people around him would leave because of him. Fengyan had always given his favorite things to his sister or brother since he was young. The things he kept for himself were only things that outsiders would find valuable. Su Weisheng lowered his head, his expression unreadable. In today's world, people in high positions cherish their lives and reputation. The more they read, the smarter they become. Each one of them is so smart that they don't seem human anymore. Who would be willing to carry the coffin of an old soldier who has no relatives or friends? Who would be willing to guard the city gate for a maidservant in a foreign land with no one to rely on? Ishan is such a smart person, so why is his vision so high that even Chen Jibao doesn't think highly of him and instead thinks highly of him? Why did old Huang leave without any attachments on his trip to Martial Emperor City? Why was it that Li Chungang had clearly fought with Wang Xianji and was still willing to use the Battle of Guangling River as the closing battle of his Jianghu career? Why was it that Huan Wen, who was now the second assistant, who had always spoken a few words of justice for the Baeliong, now went against his conscience and did not hesitate to tamper with the transport of grain, racking his brains to make things difficult for the Baeliong? It wasn't that Fengyan's talent in martial arts was higher than those rare great-grandmasters in Jianghu. It wasn't that Fengyan's intelligence was so great that it was close to demonic. In fact, it was very simple. As long as he sincerely treated people as people and slowly gathered the people's hearts, he would win the overall situation. Back in the day, Dad had gone step by step from a ruffian in the marketplace to a little lieutenant who dared to fight and risk his life. Then he became a general who could easily massacre cities. In the end, he became the king of Beiliang with hundreds of thousands of cavalry. Along the way, he had stumbled and stumbled. In the eyes of many smart people who didn't think highly of Dad, he had made it this far. Dad's opponents, the later they got, the smarter and harder to deal with. But many of these smart people died without understanding why Dad had the last laugh. Dad believed that most of them could only comfort themselves before they closed their eyes that this was the will of the heavens and that Su Zhao's life was too tough. This saying was both correct and incorrect. Dad wasn't very literate, but he knew one thing. If you didn't let anyone down, many people might not understand. Or perhaps they understood but didn't care. They might even treat you like a fool, thinking that they had taken advantage of you. This didn't matter. In the end, there would still be people who would remember. Even if there weren't many people who remembered, they would all be willing to put in effort and then fight to the death. Even if it was 1 against 2, he would still be unrivaled. If he lost, it didn't matter. He could still make a comeback. There were more than 600 memorial tablets below the Tide Listening Pavilion, as well as Feng Yan's old soldiers respectfully sending him off before he entered the capital. All of this was proof. Therefore, Dad was more certain than anyone that the Beiliang in the future would be even more of a headache for Beimang than when it was in Dad's hands. When her father was still young, it wasn't that he didn't want to be a stable rich man. That way, he could at least give his children a peaceful life. But Chen Jibao was good at everything except that he was too smart. Once a smart person made a mistake, it would be a huge mistake that no one could reverse. Feng Yan was also smart, but he was far better at listening to others than Chen Jibao. Now that Dad was dead, Chen Jibao wouldn't put anyone in his eyes, nor would he believe that anyone was qualified to be on equal footing with him. If one day he wanted to become emperor, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice all of the Beiliang cavalry to achieve his goal. After Li Yishan's death, Su Xiao didn't even seem to be able to deceive himself and others. At this point, the hunchbacked old man couldn't hide his weariness. He stopped talking and gently reached out to help Huang Man tidy up his collar. Finally, he said softly, "Huang Man in the future, don't risk your life so easily. If you die and your brother survives, how sad would he be? Dad will tell you he would be even sadder than if he were alive. But you still have to do more things that can make your brother's life easier. Although your brother was reincarnated into the Su family earlier than you, so he is destined to bear the burden. In the future, in Mount Qingliang, the only man left in the Su family who can talk to him is you. No matter if it's Su Beiji or Qin Shiliang, no matter how loyal they are still not as close as family members. Huang Man this is the first time your brother left home in a fit of anger to travel the Jianghu. His greatest wish wasn't to become a hero, but to snatch back a great beauty for you. When you went to Mount Longhu, every time you received a letter, your brother, who has a photographic memory, clearly knew that it wasn't written by you, but he still read it over and over again. Wei Sheng, this time when he saw you sitting in a wheelchair, you purposely didn't look at him grinding ink, but Dad saw that his hand was constantly shaking. The old man reached out and patted Su Wei Sheng's head, but didn't say any words of comfort. Su Longxiang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes resolute. The 2 tiger kuei were so frightened that they instantly fled. They paced back and forth in the distance restlessly, not daring to approach the unfamiliar black-clothed youth. The old man slowly walked back to the courtyard. The loquat tree was still green in the winter, but the old man stood alone, all alone. But the old man wasn't sad. He smiled and said, "Wife, our Su family has already been supported by Feng Yan. Wait for me, I won't make you wait too long." Chapter 927. The Beiliang Palace was plastered with the word, "Fu," that was deliberately pasted upside down. The New Year's Eve dinner was very simple, just dumplings. Su Fengyan and Su Longxiang dragged along Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang to cook and make dumplings together. Wang Chudong and the other girls had no place to show their talents. After the meal, Su Fengyan had 2 strategists chat with Su Xiao while he himself went to the deserted mausoleum. When he returned, a large group of people sat in the Wutong Inn to celebrate the new year. Everyone was happy and harmonious. The Vermilion maidservants near the house only had half a day of free time, so they went to the house one after another to read the mountain of intelligence reports. The little girl that Chun Shiliang had brought to Beiliang had already fallen asleep in his arms. Su Fengyan asked him to bring the little girl back to rest first. Chun Shiliang did not insist. Wang Chudong, who loved hibernation the most, was also sitting there and dozing off. Su Fengyan half-carried and half-supported her as they left the Wutangan. When Su Fengyan returned to the courtyard, Su Weisheng had also gone to the house to deal with important military matters. Only Su Beiji, an outsider, was left. Su Shao, an old fellow who used to be a pillar of the country and a great general of the military, was asking the young man about the level of an official. Su Beiji was not afraid at all. Su Shao nodded repeatedly in agreement. After Su Fengyan sat down, Zhu Zi had already explained from the lowest level to the highest, from the 19th level to the 16th level. Su Beiji was unable to win against Su Royal Highness, so he could only roughly explain it again. Those who relied on their ancestors to benefit from their glory, lying on the family tree and becoming a low-paid official were called Sun Zi officials. Those who only knew how to bark and never did anything were called toad officials. Those who were vicious and crafty, bullied the weak and feared the strong, lowered their heads when they saw the powerful, and roared when they saw the common people were called dog officials. Those who followed the rules and did not do anything, and were not careless when it came to reaping benefits. However, they did not know how to avoid disaster and were called corpse officials. Su Fengyan smiled and asked what level the Suli of Lingzhou were at. Su Beiji replied that they were fox officials and were good at reading people. Su Fengyan asked in reply, "Are those county magistrates and military officers with real power who instigated Su Li to stir up the evil wind and rain?" Su Beiji smiled and nodded. He also added ghost officials who did all the bad things behind the scenes but rarely came out. The common people who did not know their background still thought they were officials. Officials were the best officials were the best officials. They could be considered officials who did not know their background, but they were officials who did not know the was. Su Fengyan continued to ask, "Then what level is the governor of Longqing County, Zhongcheng at?" Zhongqingxin is on the 15th floor. In my opinion, there is nothing easier than being an official in the world. Do not be greedy or take advantage of others, and progress step by step. There are aides and officials to give advice and suggestions, and the situation is in order. You can be a shopkeeper who does not do anything, and there is no harm in only caring about the flowers, snow, and moon. Generally speaking, you live in harmony with the common people. Then Huangnam County's merit officer, Wang Shihua, their government affairs are mediocre, but their reputation is extremely good. They have never been greedy or harmed people. If there is a good government, they will definitely do their best to help. As for the subordinates, they treat the people as if they are their own children. This is also the kind of honest and upright official that ordinary people want the most. This kind of official is on the 16th level. The size of their contributions depends on whether their master is wise or not. The overall situation is clear and the subordinates follow suit. Their official position will naturally rise with the tide. If the situation is dirty, this kind of official can only hang up his crown and leave sooner or later, boasting that he will not bend over for 5 bushels of rice or pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. It is not that they do not want to be officials, but that they do not have the ability to turn the tide. They can only take a step back, cherish their reputation, and retreat at the top of the tide. Officials who have left their names in history are all like this. Of course, they have to leave behind a few poems that are popular among the people. In the books, there were many officials who were highly praised by later generations, but in fact, they did not see the big picture. Their actions were of no help to the situation of the world. They were just martyrs seeking favor. If they met a stupid emperor, they would let them succeed. If they met a cunning emperor, especially one who was narrow-minded, as long as they played a little trick, they could make them depressed for the rest of their lives. From Su Beiji's point of view, Wang Shihua is not suitable to be the county governor of Huangnam County. Instead, he is like Huan Wen, who went to the Imperial College, who hides his strength and bides his time. When the time is right, he will be able to amaze the world. What is the position of Song Yan? Who is going to be your assistant in Lingzhou? The 16th level capable officer. They are not very good at seeking fame, but their methods of currying favor in the officialdom are not bad. The main point is that they can govern the territory well and make it flourish. Their vision is very high and they can see the situation outside of the first 15 levels of officials. However, they are actually concerned about the common people. It is just that this kind of person is destined to reach a certain rank in the officialdom. Unless they meet a noble in the court, they will not be able to move an inch. Not to mention other things, just the common people who are inevitably short-sighted due to their family background and position may scold these officials when they are in office. In fact, since ancient times, many of the actions that have benefited hundreds of generations and contributed thousands of years have come from this generation of officials. Su Xiao, who had not spoken this entire time, peeled a yellow mandarin and asked with a light smile, "Beiji, then you comment on Li Gongda?" Su Beiji still said straightforwardly, "He can't compare to an honest and upright official who is also greedy. He can't compare to an incapable officer who is capable and can do things well. In general, he can take care of both sides and can be considered a good official. The administrator is already an outstanding talent in this level of officials. If it weren't for the fact that he is somewhat narrow-minded, he could have been promoted to another level. He has the ability to be a prime minister, but he doesn't have the bearing of a prime minister. He is fine as the administrator in Beiliang, but if he went to the court to occupy an important position, he would be like a calf pulling a large plow. I'm afraid that he would spoil a great matter." Su Xiao nodded and handed the peeled yellow mandarin to Su Fengyan. In that case, Bai Yen can be considered a cornerstone officials of a dynasty. There is no problem with cultivating the body and governing the country. He even personally opened up a new situation under the heavens. Is he the 18th or the 19th in the end? Su Beiji took the half of the mandarin that Su Fengyan gave him and stuffed a piece into his mouth. He smiled and said, 18. Su Xiao sank into deep thought. Su Fengyan broke the silence and laughed loudly. Su Xiao, you really don't know what's good for you. If you say 18, then there will only be 19 left. Zhu Zi put in so much effort to leave you such a big bootlicker. You, on the other hand, have your horse's head turned to our Zhu Zi. How is this fellow supposed to bootlick you? Su Xiao was stunned and felt a little awkward. He smiled apologetically and said, I always thought that I was at the level of a ghost official at the very most. Beiji, I'm sorry. Su Beiji smiled and shook his head. After eating the mandarin, he took his leave. He had just stepped out when a fat pig followed him and rolled into the room. Su Fengyan immediately raised his hand and shouted, Shut up! The fat man forcefully swallowed the sobs that were about to escape his mouth. Su Xiao waved his hand and said, Lu Shan, take a seat. Chu Lushan, who had been promoted to Grade 2 Beiliang Protector General, smiled and rubbed his hands. He sat down on the floor that was not cold even though the floor was covered with floor tiles. He had a guilty look on his face and said softly, Godfather, I'm here to ask for forgiveness from His Highness and the second princess. However, it's the new year, and Lu Qiu'er is topless. I'm afraid it'll bring bad luck. Su Fengyan said helplessly, It's fine as long as you know what's going on with Songgu. There's no one smarter than you in the world. Also, don't go to my sister's side and annoy her. Chu Lushan sighed and did not say anything else. Upon hearing this, Su Weisheng walked out of the room and said coldly to Chu Lushan, You're the Protector General of Beiliang. Aren't you bored of doing those petty and dirty things for half a year? Chu Lushan shrunk his neck that was so short that it was almost invisible. He did not dare to talk back. In fact, back in the days of the Su family, eldest Princess Su Weisheng had always hated this fat man. On the other hand, Su Weisheng did not have any prejudice against him. Su Weisheng turned to Su Xiao and said, Father, I'll make a secret assessment of the Beiliang officials' levels that Su Beiji mentioned. It will not be made public. It will only be given to Fengyan for reference. Su Xiao nodded. Su Fengyan asked in a low voice, Lu Qiu'er, what kind of heinous business did you do to make my sister so angry? Did the Peregrine Falcon and the Eagle Guard gang up on you? Chu Lushan said embarrassedly, I wouldn't dare. It's just a little joke when I'm bored. It's not worth mentioning. The more secretive Chu Lushan was, the more curious Su Fengnian became. He asked, "Tell me about it." Chu Lushan scratched his head and said carefully, "In the past, Lu Qiu'er was in charge of the spies in Beiliang. Therefore, Lu Qiu'er knew a little about some of your highness's 3 trips. On the 3rd trip to Beimang, foster father told me more. So, Su Fengnian laughed and scolded, "Spit it out." Chapter 9:28. Chu Lushan had probably come to the realization that if he stretched out his head, he would also be stabbed if he retracted his head. He spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, leaving Su Fengnian speechless. It turned out that the current situation in Beiliang was vaguely unstable, and there was a clamor everywhere. After Chu Lushan became the Protector General of Beiliang, he did not make any big moves. The more he felt that he had nothing to do, the more he randomly picked up a few unlucky fellows and threw them into the whisking room, giving them a miserable beating. Among these fellows there were villagers, scholars, officials, Jianghu people, and soldiers. 7 or 8 of them were the type that could not keep their mouths shut. They were similar to Su Fengnian when he heard Skinny Monkey and the others boasting in the restaurant some time ago. Even if he heard them, His Royal Highness would not be bothered to make a fuss about it. However, it was clear that Chu Lushan did not have such a good temper. He sent them all to the whisking room, and according to Chu Lushan's imaginative and meticulous plan, he began to make them suffer a fate worse than death. One of the villagers, who was in the prime of his life, gathered a group of people to drink wine and said that Su Fengnian, the heir of Beiliang, was too easy to be. He had never suffered in his life, and His Royal Highness lived a life of luxury. How could it be as difficult as him burning charcoal and taking care of the crops in the mountains? In the end, when he arrived at the whisking room, he was stabbed more than 160 times. The number and severity of each stab were different. After he was injured, he would immediately apply top-grade wound medicine. During this period, he would be served with fine wine and beautiful women. After he recovered, he would be stabbed again and again. The reason why there were so many stab wounds was not because Chu Lushan had set this rule for no reason. Instead, it was based on the number of stab wounds that His Royal Highness had received before he came to Mount Wudong. He had received 16 stab wounds, including the Eastern Yu entourage, that Wudong's enemy, Princess Suiju's Dong Yu entourage, the Reed's Marsh, the Duckhead Green Forest, the Roran Mountains, the Fifth Raccoon, the Taimen Pass, the Divine Martial City, and the Lu Hao Shi. Before Chu Lushan sent them to the whisking room, he told them that as long as they suffered enough, according to their different backgrounds, they would each receive 100,000 taels of silver, a rank 7 official, and so on. If they could not endure, they would be released. In the end, without exception, no one was able to withstand more than 200 strikes. The 2 strong-willed men of Jianghu were unable to withstand the strike from the saber that was stabbed diagonally into their abdomens. They shouted that they did not want to be the grandmasters of the Northern Liang sect who had founded their own sect. This saber strike was an imitation of Bo Er's lightning spear that was stabbed into the abdomen. Among the 7 or 8 people, the scholars all left crying for their parents after the stab. Surprisingly, this villager was the one who could grit his teeth and endure. It was a pity that he could not endure it. This was because the whisking room did not tell him how many stab wounds were needed. Not to mention them, even the whisking room did not know. Only Chu Lushan knew. These people did not die in the whisking room. After they returned home safely, those who had mothers lost their mothers, those who did not have mothers lost their fathers, those who had elder sisters lost their elder sisters, and those who did not have elder sisters lost their younger sisters. Not only that, some of their good brothers lost their arms and legs. Afterwards, they were all blamed for being implicated by them. Some scholars who valued their reputation became disreputable hypocrites. In short, what they cared about the most, Chu Lushan made them lose it. Chu Lushan's ruthlessness was that when these people were on the verge of going crazy, he asked the whisking room's spies to appear in front of them and said that he would give them another chance. In the end, no one was willing to agree. After that, there was no after, because Chu Lushan killed them. Chu Lushan, who was sitting on the ground, had a calm expression. He laughed softly and said, "Before they died, I told them that in the past, they complained that they did not have a good family background. In fact, they were not afraid of suffering at all. Therefore, I gave them a chance. His Royal Highness's injuries in the past few years, excluding the different states of His Royal Highness's physique, and based on the physical strength of the person who received the stab, the amount of pain they suffered was actually very little. According to the order, it was only 314 stab wounds. Su Xiao threw a piece of orange into his mouth and laughed it off. Su Fengyan frowned and said the same words as Su Weisheng. Aren't you bored? Chu Lushan raised his head and smiled brightly. He shook his head. Su Fengyan said calmly, in the future, don't do such things that harm one's virtue. Chu Lushan, who was obedient to His Royal Highness, said for the first time, it's fine if I don't see or hear them. If I, Chu Lushan, see them, I will take care of them. The whisking room does not lack torture tools and people. Some newbies need some practice anyway. Su Fengyan turned his head and stared at Chu Lushan. He said slowly, they are all Beiliang people. Chu Lushan restrained his smile and raised his head to meet His Royal Highness's eyes. Although I, Chu Lushan, do not have the surname Su, I am still a member of the Su family. In this lifetime, I will be the general's adopted son. I have never heard of Liang, and I don't even recognize Beiliang or Beiliang. Su Fengyan said angrily, Chu Lushan, I told you to stop. Chu Lushan clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Your Highness! Chu Lushan had to support himself with one hand to get up. When he bent over, he laughed and said self-deprecatingly, I, Chu Lushan, am obsessed with cleanliness. Every day, I have to change into a set of luxurious clothes. I like luxury. Every day I have to change horses. I am addicted to good food. Every day I have to have the chef make new dishes. He would change everything except for his master. Chu Lushan wished that he could let all the Beiliang ingrates who were indebted to the Su family know a simple truth. There are two kinds of bitterness in life. You can't get what you want and you can lose what you have. As long as Your Highness allows Chu Lushan to be in power, Chu Lushan will not be able to bear the sight of anyone talking without feeling any pain. After he got up, this talented and shrewd Chu Basha lowered his head. His eyes were red as he said slowly, Chu Lushan's master is only foster father. Ever since he took the infant boy from foster mother's hands, ever since he smiled at Chu Lushan, he has treated him as his own younger brother. Su Xiao chuckled and said, all right, Lushan, sit down for foster father. Why are you quarreling with your family? But then again, it's good to quarrel. If you speak your mind, there's no threshold that you can't cross. Chu Lushan sat down obediently. Su Fengyan walked out of the house silently and stood alone in the courtyard. Su Xiao said softly, Lushan, Fengyan is doing this for your own good. He believes in fate and cherishes fortune and fate the most. He's afraid that you will suffer from retribution. My foster father has already lost 3 foster sons. When you die or Yuan Zuozong dies on the battlefield, he will feel guilty towards me. But who can he find to complain to? All these years, he cherishes the maids in Wutangan very much, but he doesn't dare to care too much about them. He's just worried that one day something will happen to them because of him. Hearing this, Chu Lushan wanted to say something but stopped. Su Xiao waved his hand and said, it might not have been so in the past, but now he can handle it. There's no other way. He's my Su Xiao's son. Chu Lushan punched his knee hard. Su Xiao said with a smile, Chongqing, that little girl is blessed. Foster father likes her when he sees her. Now, while foster father is still clear-headed and can still manage things, let's settle this child marriage first. Chu Lushan was stunned. Then he saw his foster father take out a badly wet jade bracelet from his sleeve. A layman could tell at a glance that it was not worth much. But Chu Lushan, such a wicked man who could make children stop crying, suddenly sobbed. Su Xiao stood up from the chair and squatted in front of Chu Lushan. He said with emotion, it's reasonable to say that this bracelet is the heirloom of our Su family. Foster father wants to help your foster mother to give it to the future wife of the king of Beiliang. But it's not something that can be done. Foster father thought about it and decided not to give it to his daughter-in-law, but to give it to his granddaughter-in-law is the same. You also know that among the 6 foster sons, your foster mother loves you the most. She said that you are talented, honest, and know how to repay kindness. She also advised you to read more. You also know that your foster mother rarely cries. That time when you helped your foster father carry so many swords, your foster mother saw you being carried back on a horse and cried in front of everyone. She even scolded me, Su Xiao, for being a good-for-nothing and scolded me for not treating you as a son. And that time when you rode thousands of cavalry to Shu, your foster mother calculated the time and then waited for you on the mountain for a few days. She was always afraid that you wouldn't come back. She even told your foster father that when you have a daughter in the future, you must be even closer. But in the end, you gave birth to a string of sons. Before your foster mother passed away, she was still worried about this matter and said that she would most likely become his granddaughter-in-law. Chu Lushan held the bracelet that his foster father gave to his foster mother as a token of love. He cried like a child. Chapter 929. On the first day of the new year, regardless of whether it was the emperor, officials, or commoners, every household had to have some free time. Even the New Year greetings had to start tomorrow. However, 2 carriages had already quietly left Liangzhou and were heading towards Lingzhou. On one carriage, other than Huyan Guanin, who was nominally serving Su Fengyan, there was also a woman who said she wanted to leave the palace for a breather. The 2 women had similar looks. Scholars despised each other, and it was natural for women to be jealous. However, Su Fengyan ran to discuss Lingzhou matters with Su Beiji and did not pay attention to them. Thus, it did not matter if they were harmonious or at odds with each other. According to the agreement, Northern Liangdao's official documents would be sent to Huangnan County on the 6th day of the first month. Other than Governor Song Yan, who was promoted to the title of Little Governor, in Lingzhou, Zijin Wang family's Wang Luding would also go to Jinlu County. The 2 family disciples of Lingsu Wang family would also go to Yu Liang Prefecture to be the county magistrate and deputy county magistrate respectively. In addition, Commandant Jiao Wui would enter the Lingzhou General's Manor and be promoted to the 3rd in command of Lingzhou's military, Yanxia Commandant. At that time, even an idiot would be able to see that the new Lingzhou general was determined to make the administrator, who was also the Lingzhou governor, into a slow stew. On the 2nd day of the first month, Lingzhou was very lively. Logically speaking, some of the officials and dignitaries who were far away and could visit Sir Li in a few days all rushed over on the same day. The administrator's manor was filled with people and carriages. The housekeeper and gatekeeper of the Li manor could be considered particularly slick and clever, but they still couldn't handle the social interactions. They all wished they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Gongda did not rest for a moment in the morning and was busy until dusk. Many of his old friends and confidants could only deal with it by drinking a few mouthfuls of wine. Otherwise, even if Li Gongda had a large amount of energy, he would not be able to handle the waves of guests. Li Hanlin did not return home for the new year this year. He wrote a letter back home that was clearly written by someone else. He said that he was going to Beimang to play around. Seeing this, Li Fuzhen's heart jumped. She wanted nothing more than to grab her brother's ear and drag him home. She put down the letter, picked it up, and put it down again. Li Fuzhen felt a bit of hidden bitterness. She was indeed as her father had said. She did not understand what men were thinking. Why were they able to enjoy their father's achievements and have a smooth career in the officialdom, but they had to take risks and fight for fame? Li Fuzhen offered her father a cup of hangover tea when he finally caught his breath. She helped him rub his shoulders and asked softly, "Father, why are there so many people here? Is it because you have become an official and have no choice but to fight to be the first? Are you afraid that if they come late, you will make things difficult for them?" Li Gongda shook his head with a bitter smile. "Didn't you see that the old scholar, Yuan Duching, came today? With his arrogance, even if your father became the head of the 6 ministries, the minister of personnel, this old man would still be the last to visit. Only then would he be able to show his noble character and unquestionable integrity. The reason why they all came together is because the owner of the house next door is not around. They are afraid that His Royal Highness will return to the Lingzhou General's Manor in 2 days. If they show their faces again, it is better to be safe than sorry. What if the new Lingzhou General coincidentally bumps into them? Wouldn't they be looking for trouble? Your father making things difficult for them is just to suppress their rise in their official career. However, the neighbor can directly make them lose their official status. Li Fuzhen said mockingly. He is indeed capable of doing such a rude and unreasonable thing. Li Gongda smiled and said, Wrong, very wrong. Zhener, father knows that you have never taken father's words seriously. Since father has allowed Guofufeng into the family this time because of you, then you should seriously listen to father's heartfelt words this time. How about it? Li Fuzhen made a sound of acknowledgement. Li Gongda drank a mouthful of tea and let out a breath. Only then did he say leisurely, as the Beiliang Taoist administrator, you are the head of the civil officials. According to the law, the Lingzhou provincial governor should be someone else. However, why do you insist on having this position as well? Father's desire to be an official is not false, but His Highness the heir apparent has come to be the general of Lingzhou next door to our family. Logically speaking, no matter how thick-skinned father is, it would be wise to take the latter and step down. However, father is truly worried. Nearly 1,000 scholars have entered Northern Liang, and most of them are from Lingzhou. In the future, Northern Liang's civil and military officials will be separated, and the two sides will be clearly separated. This is the general trend. If father doesn't have the position of Lingzhou's provincial governor, then his words will still be effective, but it will definitely be greatly reduced. Father's talent and learning are shallow, and he doesn't have an advantage like Wang Shihua's. If we miss this great opportunity to cultivate trusted aides, when Su Beiji or someone else replaces father's position as the administrator in the future, the Li family might very quickly be ridden on top of our heads. We don't need to be afraid of a falling tree, but we need to be afraid of a falling wall being pushed by everyone. Your younger brother is ruthless. Father does not doubt that he can become a colonel or even a general. However, he is my only son. He cannot lick the blood of blades on the border for the rest of his life. When he returns to the local areas, when the time comes, it will be an unfamiliar official field where civil officials are in charge. The Hanlin Academy is a martial man who is used to killing and might not be able to make a detour. Thus, I want to quickly pave the way and build a bridge for the Hanlin Academy while my words still carry weight. In the future, no matter if it is mountains or rivers, the Hanlin Academy will be able to walk smoothly. However, at this time, without the Lingzhou provincial governor, do you think those unscrupulous and snobbish people will not be worried? Thus, even if the great general personally came to the manor and personally supported His Royal Highness, he still forced himself to eat the bear's heart and leopard's guts. He wanted to be the provincial governor for 1 or 2 more years. In any case, he had to get familiar with those scholars before he was able to vacate this position. As for His Highness, unexpectedly, he was able to endure it. Actually, if he really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality and directly ask your father for the Lingzhou provincial governor position, your father would not dare to not hand it over. Either he purposely smiled mischievously and told your father that he was not satisfied with being the Lingzhou general and wanted to be the provincial governor, and your father would have to hand it over with both hands. However, he did not do anything. In the beginning, your father thought that he had finally passed this hurdle, but your father thought too simply. When you told your father that he had appeared in Song Yan's house and the two of them were chatting happily, your father knew that something bad had happened. Speaking of it, your father and Yan Jieshi had always been fighting both openly and secretly, each placing their own bets. Yan Jieshi was unlucky and placed his bet on Chen Jibao, while your father had exceptional insight and placed his bet on His Royal Highness. When Yan Jieshi saw that the situation was not right, he immediately packed up and left. However, this fellow was lucky and managed to escape from Beiliang. Otherwise, even if your father knelt for 3 days and 3 nights to plead for him, it would still be useless. At that time, your father told him that His Royal Highness was not so useless. In private, your father always liked to criticize Yan Jieshi's lack of insight. As a result, your father only knew that he was just a pot calling the kettle black. His Royal Highness went to Huangnam County this time and abducted 3 family heads in Huangnam County, plus Song Yan, who was estimated to be the provincial governor of Lingzhou soon. Zhener, you always felt that Hanlin went to the border to join the army, and it was His Royal Highness who harmed him. However, Have you ever thought about why Hanlin, such a stubborn ghoul, suddenly changed into another person? The reason is actually not complicated. You also know it in your heart, but you just don't want to admit it. You told your mother that your younger brother felt that Hanlin had lost face when he went to Yanqi Bazaar in the capital, and that kid from the Kong family became officials and had a bright future ahead of him. So he gritted his teeth and worked hard. You really don't know that in the past, Hanlin couldn't wait for the three brothers to become undisciplined and out of control, so that he would be the only one to freeload. Then, he would be able to eat and drink freely and live a carefree life in a muddle-headed way. For him at that time, when his brother became successful, he was prouder than himself. Why did he go to the border? Why did he become a crossbowman? There was no other reason. It was because Hanlin knew that among the three brothers, His Royal Highness, who he admired the most, could already be independent. Hanlin only began to realize at that time. In addition, he had always been learning from His Royal Highness. When His Royal Highness was messing around, he messed around. Since His Royal Highness stopped messing around, he naturally felt bored. Therefore, he became the Li Hanlin that his father and sister did not know. Zhener, do you dare to say that the Li Hanlin today does not make you feel gratified? Do you not feel honored? So, what do you have to complain about His Royal Highness? In the end, it's because for so many years your heart... Li Fuzhen said plainly, Father, the tea is cold. I will help you change a cup. Chapter 930. Li Gongda passed the teacup over and sighed softly. Forcefully picked melons are not sweet. Then what about the melons you picked yourself? Li Gongda collected his thoughts and muttered to himself. Forget it, since things have come to this, it's good to not be the provincial governor of Lingzhou. If I give it up quickly, the Su family will remember this favor. It's time to return Lingzhou to a stable officialdom. When Li Gongda turned his head around, he said, Master, there is a fellow who claims to be Master's junior and wants to see Master no matter what. He gave me 20 taels of gold right away, scaring me. If it was a normal day, this gold would have been earned by Master. But today it is not his turn to bother Master. A scholar with no scholarly achievements, no family background, and only some money, is worthy of showing off in our Li household. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Today, even a 6th-ranked official can't say more than a few words. Even a rank 6 official can't say anything. Li Gongda waved his hand and He Chong turned to leave. He then exclaimed and said, That's right, Master. That 30-something-year-old junior said his name is Su Hun, and he is from Lingzhou's Danyang County. He even said shamelessly that as long as he said this, Master will definitely meet him. Li Gongda was absent-mindedly drinking tea with his head lowered. His fingers trembled. Just as the old steward He Chong was about to drive the young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth out of the mansion, the administrator raised his head and calmly said, Bring him here. The old manager acknowledged and did not dare to say anything. He turned around and heard Li Gongda ask softly, Is the Lingzhou general's residence still empty? He Chong nodded. It's empty. The Lingzhou general has not returned yet. Li Gongda nodded and waited for the loyal old manager to leave before placing the teacup on the table. He stood up and joked with Li Fuzhen. Father still needs to entertain guests. Didn't you always complain that I look down on that poor scholar Guofufeng? Bring him to see your mother. A grown girl cannot be kept at home. Father will turn a blind eye and treat it as me forcing you out of the house. In the past, Li Fuzhen would have been overjoyed. However, at this moment, based on his intuition, he asked softly, Father, is this Danyang County guest called Su Hun? Li Gongda smiled indifferently and said, An old friend's disciple. I have to meet him. Li Fuzhen was skeptical and left the house with a worried heart. The old steward quickly brought in Su Hun, who did not look like a noble at all. The administrator, who had already sat back in his chair, squinted his eyes and looked at him carefully. He hesitated for a moment, held the cup lid with 2 fingers and shook the slightly cold tea. The old steward left tactfully. Su Hun, who looked ordinary, stepped into the house and closed the door without asking for permission. He smiled and said, Su Hun thanks the late uncle. Li Gongda did not speak from the beginning to the end. He lowered his head and drank his tea. This Su Hun was very unfamiliar to the entire Lingzhou. Probably not many people could recognize him. Even if they had met him once, they would not remember him. However, Li Gongda was different from ordinary people. When the Golden Weaving Bureau was established in Beiliang, it was located in Danyang County. According to the original intention of the imperial court, the Golden Weaving Bureau should have reported to the imperial study in the capital. He should have reported everything to the military officials in Beiliang, as well as the scholars' recommendations and customs. However, Li Shifeng was probably living under someone else's roof and knew that Su Xiao was not to be trifled with. He had been doing nothing and turned the Weaving Bureau, which had a gloomy authority, into a government office with few visitors. He only symbolically paid a visit to Li Gongda and Yan Jieshi during festivals. Li Shifeng often traveled around Beiliang and did not deliberately hide anything. There was once when he met Li Gongda, who was the governor of Feng province at that time. At that time, Li Shifeng let a coachman appear for no reason and introduced him as a distant relative of his called Su Hun. Li Gongda was silent for a long time. He finally raised his head and looked at Su Hun. Su Hun handed something to the administrator. This is the handwriting of the Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. Huan I of the province also wrote a note. Su Hun saw that Li Gongda had no intention of taking it. He smiled and carefully placed it on the table. He said calmly, "If you don't trust the secret letter, don't worry. You can find a way to verify the handwriting and seal in private. If you don't trust Li Shifeng, you can take Su Hun and send him to the Lingzhou general's mansion next door. If you don't trust Su Hun, you can send him to the Golden Weaving Bureau and then send him to Chulushan. If you don't trust the imperial court, you can take a look at the secret letter before making a decision." Li Gongda responded with a cold smile. Su Hun took it calmly. After a while, Li Gongda glanced at the table and asked calmly, "Why are there two secret letters? What's written in them?" Su Hun smiled. "Su Hun is just a messenger. Even if I die, I won't know what's written in the letter." Li Shifeng didn't touch the secret letter from the beginning to the end. As for why there are two secret letters, since you asked about it, it means that they are sincere. Then Su Hun has to die. Li Gongda frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Hun said calmly. "Su Hun has avoided all the spies in Lingzhou. Please don't worry about this. I might as well tell you the truth. The Lu family in Qingzhou was attacked. Beiliang's peregrine falcons suffered heavy casualties. Zhaogo suffered even more. The main reason was not to stop the Lu family from dying. It was to attract Lingzhou's attention so that Su Hun's trip would be foolproof. But this is not enough. The imperial court wants me to tell you why there are two secret letters after you have the intention to accept the secret letter. One letter is real, the other is fake. Vermilion mud seal is real if the color is too heavy and fake if the color is too light. The fake letter was sent by the administrator to the Crown Prince of Beiliang. Of course, other than one secret letter, it is not enough to clear your suspicion. So Su Hun has to die. Golden Weaver Li Shifeng also has to die. Even the entire Golden Weaver Bureau will cease to exist from today onwards. But Li Shifeng has suffered. A Golden Weaver Bureau allows the imperial court to have one more pillar of the imperial court. At the same time, Beiliang has one less administrator. It is worth it. Su Hun spat out a poisonous pill from his mouth. After peeling it, a small piece of paper was revealed. He crushed the pill and hid it in his sleeve. After reading the contents of the paper, he stuffed the paper into his mouth and swallowed it. He said expressionlessly, "The day after tomorrow." Li Gongda did not speak. Su Hun explained, "The Crown Prince of Beiliang will arrive in Lingzhou the day after tomorrow. Today, Su Hun will leave quietly and come back the day after tomorrow. The administrator will kidnap Su Hun and send him to the general's mansion in Lingzhou. After Su Hun's death, there will be a group of death warriors and a group of elite Zhaogo left Beiliang with the administrator. But they can only bring 18 people at most. In order to leave smoothly, Sir Li will have to cooperate with us. He will first give up his position as the provincial governor of Lingzhou and stay in Lingzhou for at least half a year. During this time, he will go out to relax the surveillance of the Beiliang spies. As for when the Zhaogo will make a move, someone will inform Sir Li. Li Gongda sneered. The imperial court seems to have forgotten about my son, Li Hanlin. Su Hun smiled. Young Master Li has received a military order to go to the south to carry out a secret mission. He will first stay in Gusai Prefecture. Then, he will go east along the northern border of Yuliang and enter Ji Prefecture. Finally, he will meet Sir Li in the capital. Li Gongda closed his eyes and tapped the teacup lid lightly. He said with slight self-mockery, "Last time, Yan Jieshi only brought 16 people out. The imperial court is really concerned about me." Su Hun was silent. Li Gongda smiled and said, "Let me do the math. I, Li Gongda, am now a rank 2 border official. If I want to advance any further, I can forget about northern Liang. However, there aren't many positions in the capital. Among the 6 ministers, other than the Minister of Personnel, who was recently promoted, the rest are nothing. The fake secret letter must have said that the Minister of Personnel is too full. Who knows, it might be even more petty, like the Minister of Revenue or the Minister of Justice. However, I am very curious as to what kind of reward was written in the letter before I opened it. Zhang Julu is in charge of the Minister's Department and cannot be changed. Huan Wenkai is promoted to the Minister's Department and cannot be changed either. That leaves only the Hall of Secretaries. Other than becoming the lord of this place, it seems that I will also be given the title of Grand Secretary of the Imperial Cabinet. Li Gongda has been addicted to being an official all his life, but I never thought that I would be able to be on par with Sun Shiji and the others." Su Hun remained silent when he should not have spoken. Li Gongda smiled and asked, "Are you not afraid that I will send you and the letter to His Royal Highness now?" Su Hun said indifferently, "I will die anyway. So what if I die 2 days earlier?" Li Gongda stared at his face for a moment and nodded. "Thank you, Sir Li, for letting me die a worthy death." Su Hun bowed deeply and gently opened the door. Then, he quietly left the administrator's mansion. Li Gongda stood up and walked to the side of the table. He stretched out a hand and quickly retracted it as if it was hot. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand again. However, his hand stopped a few inches above the 2 secret letters. His expression was gloomy. Chapter 931. On the 2nd day of the 1st lunar month, at the border between Liang and Ling provinces, at the intersection of 2 posthouse roads, a group of carriages with escort flags mounted on them turned into the spacious north-south posthouse road, following behind the 2 carriages. Escorting an escort was dangerous and unpredictable. As long as there was a relatively safe official road, one would have to ride at full speed to make up for the time spent on careful escorting on mountain roads and rivers. This group of carriages carrying the banner of the Golden Gate Escort Agency was quite ostentatious. There were more than 30 burly men, most of whom were young and strong. When the escort team passed by the 2 carriages in front of them, one of the carriages suddenly lifted the curtain. A gray-haired head poked out and smiled at one of the escorts. "Hero, do you still remember me? Last time, when we were entering autumn, we drank green ant wine together at the roadside wine shop." After the escort recovered from his shock, he slowed down his horse and approached the carriage. His face full of joy, he nodded and said loudly, "I remember. How could I not? Young Master's handwriting is good, and your father is also very loyal. He treated us brothers to 2 large jars of green ant wine and 5 caddies of beef. Why, are you also heading to Ling province?" Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Isn't that so? Now that I'm making a living in the capital of Ling province, I have to run over there after spending the new year at home. It's a life of hard work. If I remember correctly, there's a shop a few li ahead. The wine and meat are authentic and the price is fair. If it's on the way and won't affect your escort work, let's eat together. It'll be more lively. It's still my treat." The escort who came from Liaodong to Beiliang to make a living was immediately put in a difficult position. Back then, the 3 of them were forced into a corner by that mad dog with the surname Yuan. Out of more than 100 people in the sect, only the 3 of them were left. That mad dog also had an old father-in-law who was said to be extremely powerful in the Liang imperial court. After thinking about it, they felt that only Beiliang could not control them. But now, even though they relied on their martial arts skills and finally had a stable job, They were still living under someone else's roof. He was just a new escort and had to look at the old escort's face. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Fortunately, the old escort, who was rather dignified in the Golden Gate Escort Agency, had sharp eyes. After carefully sizing up the two carriages for a moment, he laughed loudly and said, "Since this young master is an old acquaintance of our brother Do, then he can be considered a friend of our Golden Gate Escort Agency. I know the shop in front. It's the next stop for our escort agency. Later on, we won't dare to let young master spend money. We'll pay for the wine. No matter how poor the Golden Gate Escort Agency is, we still have to pay for it." Su Fengnian did not refuse. Without him saying anything, the coachman, Su Yanbing, had already whipped the horse to move faster. This detail made the old escort inwardly click his tongue in wonder. He did not expect that not only did this young master, who should be from an extraordinary family, look so friendly, but even his retainer was a sensible person. The two groups of people arrived at the familiar shop that was very clean for the escort agency. The shopkeeper had long been familiar with the eating habits of these returning customers, so he did not need to say much. He instructed the shop staff to quickly serve the dishes and wine. There was more meat than rice than wine. It was an ironclad rule that escorts were not allowed to drink alcohol. Usually, only one or two highly respected veterans in the escort agency who were fond of wine were allowed to have a few sips. Su Yanbing and Hong Shuwen were straightforward and did not sit at the table. Huyen Guanin was also not hungry. In addition, the woman in the same carriage had alighted, so she was even more reluctant to leave the warm carriage. Thus, the main table with wine was occupied by Su Fengnian, Su Beiji, and Pei Nanwei. She sat side by side with Su Fengnian. There was also the old escort leader, Bao Fengshou, as well as Do Liang, a native of Liaodong, who should not have been qualified to sit at this table. Pei Nanwei was draped in an expensive white fox fur coat and a fox fur hat. Originally, such attire would have made a woman with slightly darker skin appear as black as charcoal. However, her attire made her look even more beautiful than snow. The old escort leader, who had traveled extensively for most of his life, still had to expend a lot of effort to retract his gaze. He thought to himself, "I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. This meal was well worth it." The young waiter in charge of serving the dishes and wine almost knocked the wine jar to the ground. His face flushed red and he resentfully looked back 3 times with every step. He was kicked by the angry shopkeeper until he cried out in pain. As usual, Su Fengnian referred to himself as Su Qi to outsiders. After a brief conversation with Do Liang and Bao Fengshou, he roughly knew about Do Liang's situation and the scale of the Golden Gate Escort Agency. Do Liang's personality was straightforward, but he was thin-skinned. He did not exchange pleasantries with this young Master Su. When Bao Fengshou met him for the first time, he was very familiar with building up their relationship. He kept saying that when they arrived at the Golden Gate Escort Agency in Lingzhou's capital, he had to personally pay a New Year's visit to young Master Su's residence, especially when he heard that Su Qi's family lived on Apricot Street. This experienced Jianghu man's eyes burned with passion. One had to know that Apricot Street was where the administrator and a large number of Lingzhou's influential officials lived. Recently, there was even a Lingzhou general with the surname Su. Although Apricot Street was very long and there were people who were not officials, since they could live on that street, even if they did not have any power, they were still the wealthiest people in Lingzhou. In the industry, the Golden Gate Escort Agency had always been using sparrow darts, which were small darts with little meat and no oil. The big escort agencies all used sow darts, which earned them so much money that their hands went limp. If they could establish connections with the nobles on Apricot Street and spread word of mouth, the Golden Gate Escort Agency would make a name for themselves. They would be considered to have truly developed. Otherwise, who would be willing to spend New Year's on the escort route? Su Fengnian took the initiative to propose a toast 5 or 6 times, but most of the time he clinked bowls with Do Liang. This made Do Liang, a homeless dog, feel an indescribable warmth. However, he was not good with words, so he did not care if he would be stung by the head of the escort after the event. He did not leave a single drop of wine behind. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "My ancestors are also from Liaodong. in Jinzhou. Brother Do and I can be considered acquaintances in a foreign land. How rare. When we return to Lingzhou City, Su Qi will definitely go to the Golden Gate Escort Agency to pay New Year's greetings. As for the other two brothers, I will have to properly meet them. I did not drink to my heart's content today, so let's leave it for now. When the time comes, we will not return until we are drunk. Bao Fengshuo chuckled and said, Young Master Su will also have to pay a visit. The Golden Gate Escort Agency must not be impolite. If this gets out, we will be laughed at. How could Su Fengyan not know what the old escort was thinking? He was afraid that Su Qi was a small family that bragged without a draft, so he had to personally take a look at the mansion to be at ease. He did not expose him and nodded with a smile. No problem. In the future, if there are any items that need to be escorted, since Brother Do is in your escort agency, I will specially trouble the Golden Gate Escort Agency. The escort agency still had to hurry on with their journey. Both parties cupped their fists and bade farewell. Bao Fengshuo whispered to the shopkeeper when he paid the bill and gave him a few extra pieces of silver. Obviously, he knew that young Master Su wanted more food and wine, so the escort agency paid for it in advance. Su Fengyan sat back down on the bench and asked for an extra pot of warm green ant wine. He poured half a bowl for Su Beiji and Pei Nanwei. Su Beiji laughed softly and said, After this escort mission, Doliang's salary will definitely double. Su Fengyan did not comment and changed the topic, saying, Chun Shiliang not only has to manage the salt and iron industry, but also has full authority over the transport of grain. One is competing with the local tyrants, the other is wrangling with the officials of the capital. He has already provoked the local tyrants. Do you think he can do it? Su Beiji said indifferently, I don't know. Su Fengyan pursed his lips and continued to ask, You are already the provincial governor of Lingzhou. Chun Shiliang still does not have a real official position. Do you think he has a knot in his heart? Su Beiji only drank. Su Fengyan clicked his tongue and said, I originally thought that the two of you are so smart that you don't have to belittle each other. I didn't expect that you still can't escape from this vicious circle. Su Beiji squinted his eyes and said, What do you know? Su Fengyan said shamelessly, Be careful. I will really let out a fart for you. Su Beiji wiped the wine stain on the corner of his mouth. When I become the provincial governor, you should get out of Lingzhou as soon as possible. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Fengyan only cared about cursing and swearing, but there was nothing he could do. Pei Nanwei was a little puzzled. There was still someone in this world who could subdue another. Was it the heir of Beiliang beside her? On the third day of the first lunar month, the Lingzhou general did not enter the Lingzhou prefecture city. This made many of the old foxes in the official circles who had a keen sense of smell to act were greatly disappointed. They all retreated from the general's manor on Xingzi Street and endured the cold for a day for nothing. They resisted the urge to jump up and down and curse. They begged in their hearts that His Royal Highness must return to the city tomorrow. Otherwise, when would this suffering end? Chapter 932. In the dusk of the fourth day of the first month, most of the visitors to Apricot Street had left. Only a few officials and nobles who lived on the street remained. When they saw the two carriages slowly approach, they almost burst into tears. Old ancestor, you are finally willing to come. Regardless of whether they were old or in the prime of their lives, they all quickly rushed toward the carriages and inquired about the well-being of the young people who slowly got off the carriage. Everyone's flattery, other than the same title, His Royal Highness, did not repeat a single word. If the inexperienced officials had the chance to stand to the side and listen, they would definitely benefit greatly. They suddenly realized that flattery could be done to the point of perfection. Some of the old masters, who used to be arrogant, were now as respectful and reverent as they were when they saw the ancestors in the paintings during the ancestral worship ceremony. Su Fengyan greeted them one by one with a smile. Even if he did not report his official position, he was still able to say it word for word. While these important people in Lingzhou with a large age difference were putting honey on their lips, they could not help but have mixed feelings in their hearts. Just based on this point, even if His Highness was not smart, he was not stupid at all. Su Fengyan stopped and had one of the Lingzhou fifth-ranking officials go to the administrator's manor to inform him that he would go visit Uncle Li the next day. The old man, who was so old that he would always return home to recuperate every time he encountered a difficult situation, was so strong that it made his colleagues speechless. Su Fengyan brought everyone into the general's official residence. Then, he had Su Beiji, who was not of high rank, accompany him in the study to catch up with the loyal officials of Lingzhou one by one. Then, those at the back saw the people in front of them all leave with stiff faces without exception. However, there was unconcealable joy between their brows. They slowly walked to the corner of the corridor and immediately moved like the wind. They were most likely going home to report the good news. Most of the guests entered the manor nervously and went out in high spirits to return home. Su Beiji, who His Royal Highness had placed on the table to support him, did not have any joy on his face. He stood at the window and looked at the administrator's manor with a serious expression. Su Fengyan sat behind the desk with one hand supporting his cheek and the other rolling the copper coin between his fingers. Su Beiji said, "Relax." Su Fengyan thought for a while. "All right, accompany me to the Golden Gate Escort Agency to drink. Since the wine in Lingzhou doesn't have any worldly and bloody smell, do you want to drink more?" Su Beiji, who had only gotten drunk once in Beimang, nodded. Su Fengyan and Su Beiji got into the carriage. Su Yanbing drove the carriage to the Golden Gate Escort Agency on the other side of the city. Earlier, when they crossed the threshold of the side door, Su Fengyan paused for a moment and raised his head to glance at the gray sky. After a while, he could no longer see the peak of the mountain that only appeared when the weather was clear. When they arrived at the entrance of the Golden Gate Escort Agency, Su Fengyan introduced himself as Su Qi from Apricot Street and said that he knew the old escort leader Bao Fengshou and the new escort leader Dou Liang. The eyes of the young man guarding the door lit up. Hearing the words Apricot Street was enough. It was even more useful than mentioning Bao Fengshou. His impatience was swept away and he subconsciously bowed. However, when he saw the warm and smiling face of the young master, he immediately straightened his back. Who knew if this fellow was bragging? Of the young masters who lived on that street, how many of them had not trampled and injured people in Lingzhou before? How could they be smiling so happily with a small guard like him? Who would believe that? Bao Fengshou, who lived in the escort agency, hurried over. He was extremely friendly and polite. Not only him, even the first and second masters of the escort agency were alerted. Su Qi was also tactful and directly revealed the identity of the young master beside him. He had served as a soldier in Longqing County and was currently doing some miscellaneous work for Governor Zhong Qingxin. However, he was about to be promoted to the provincial government office in small steps. As a result, not only were the two masters happy, they were also somewhat in awe. Who in Lingzhou didn't know about Huaihua great General Zhong Hongwu and his eldest son, Zhong Qingxin? Although it was rumored that His Royal Highness had extinguished some of his arrogance, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Zhong family was undoubtedly still a first-class family in Beiliang that ordinary people felt was unreachable. To be able to get along with Governor Zhong day and night, how could the Golden Gate Escort Agency, which was as small as a sesame seed, be neglected? Dou Liang and his two brothers hadn't moved into the escort agency for the time being. Instead, they rented a small, remote, and simple residence outside. The escort agency hurriedly sent someone to invite them over to drink. The first master personally set up a large charcoal brazier. After the group of people sat down, they drank to their heart's content. When they were drunk, the two masters were emotional people and were not as restrained as before. They chatted and laughed without restraint. Because Dou Liang's two brothers, Wei Tang and Fan Yuyang, had met before, they had a good impression of them at that time. In addition, their eldest brother, Dou Liang, had come back from his escort mission to pave the way. They had already said a lot of good things about Su Qi, so they were even more open when they drank. The first master, Yu Shouzai, had a slightly scholarly name. It was probably because his parents had hoped that he would be able to pass the imperial examinations in the future. However, it was very rough, and there was a shocking scar on his face. When he talked about this old story with Su Fengyan and Su Beiji, he didn't have any complaints. It was just that more than 10 years ago, he had been slashed in the middle of the street by a man who had kidnapped a woman. He didn't dare to fight back. In terms of martial arts, he could beat that son of a bitch 10 times with one hand. However, in terms of backing, Yushiotsai lost by 1,000,000 miles and admitted defeat. To this day, this old man could only laugh and curse. Su Fengyan smiled and turned his head to Su Beiji and said, "In the future, I'll have to rely on you to be impartial and be the bad guy in this kind of situation." Su Beiji was indifferent and only drank in big mouthfuls. The men of the Golden Gate escort agency didn't take it too seriously. Even if the two young masters with the surname Su had a good status, Lingzhou City was deeply intertwined. Even the Lingzhou general couldn't do anything and was fooled by everyone. They all said that the administrator wanted to give His Royal Highness a show of strength. Therefore, as long as it was an outsider, no matter who it was, even if it was a young official from a landowning household, they couldn't casually make trouble here. Su Fengyan raised his bowl. It was probably the 7th or 8th bowl, but he still drank it all in one gulp. The people of the escort agency couldn't help but cheer from the bottom of their hearts. This alcohol tolerance were both excellent. Su Fengyan casually wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "Before I get drunk, I'll quickly say a few words of seriousness. Old Brother Do, Old Brother Wei, and Old Brother Fan are all Su Chi's friends. In the future, I'll have to ask the two masters and old escort leader Bao to take care of me. Su Chi's bowl of wine is my thanks." The second master, Zhang He, was tongue-tied. He raised his big white bowl and said loudly, "Young Master Su is straightforward. Our escort agency is small, but no one is a bashful woman." Zhang He also poured out his heart to young Master Su. "It's not that Dou Liang's 3 brothers don't have any ability, but they are too great. Zhang He has seen it all. Take Wei Tang and Fan Yuyang for example. In fact, not to mention becoming an escort like Dou Liang, even becoming an escort leader is a matter of course. But in our small place, the rules are the same as other places. It's just that there's no way around it. Everyone has to endure it bit by bit, from a daughter-in-law to a mother-in-law. Otherwise, other people won't be convinced and will have resentment in their hearts. I, Zhang He, don't dare to say anything like I'll let my 3 brothers become escort leaders tomorrow. I can only apologize to Dou Liang's 3 brothers. First Master, shall we all drink this bowl of wine in our hands?" Yushiotsai raised his bowl and laughed. "Everyone is a good man. Let's drink and leave. Cheers." In the end, Su Beiji was also a drunken mess. He was already leaning on Su Fengyan's shoulder. The rough men of the Golden Gate escort agency were all over the place. Yushiotsai hugged the wine jug and mumbled in his drunken stupor. He was vaguely talking about how he hadn't been able to kill a few northern barbarians in his life. The number 1 steward of the general's estate, Sun Fulu, appeared at the door, sweating profusely. Before he left, His Royal Highness had told him to come to this small escort agency. Su Fengyan, the only one still sober, had no choice but to carry the unconscious Su Beiji on his back and bid farewell to the escorts who were cleaning up the mess with a smile. After walking out of the door, Sun Fulu said in a low voice, "Young master, for some reason, the administrator kidnapped a man and brought him to the estate in the middle of the night. What kind of trouble is this?" Su Fengyan made a sound of acknowledgement. The extremely drunk Su Beiji was blindly tossing and turning. He slapped His Royal Highness's head with one hand and casually smeared His Royal Highness's face with the other. Sun Fulu was so shocked by this scene that the corner of his mouth twitched. This Su Beiji, who had wandered from Beimang to our Bailiang. If he couldn't become the administrator of Bailiang in the future, he, Sun Fulu, would directly change his name to Sun Tzu. Su Fengyan slowly walked towards the carriage with Su Juzi on his back. It was difficult to walk. Chapter 933. Li Gongda was placed in the corridor outside the study by Sun Fulu. Su Hun was tied up and heavily injured. His clothes were stained with blood. Beside him was one of Li Gongda's trusted retainers who stared at Su Hun. This person was a true master and his cultivation was naturally not bad. He was as famous as the Liantong gang leader in the Lingzhou Jianghu. However, One enjoyed wealth in the administrator's manor, while the other had his entire family wiped out in one night. One could see that being a guard dog was much more comfortable than being a stray dog with no one to rely on. Li Gongda looked calm. He closed his eyes and focused. His two fists in his sleeves loosened and clenched. At the end of the corridor was Hong Shuwen, who was from the White Horse Righteous faction. He was like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. When Hong Shuwen stood up, Li Gongda suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw His Royal Highness carrying Su Beiji back, the scene was too different from what he had imagined. He was stunned. Li Gongda was someone who had been through a lot in the officialdom. He immediately calmed himself down and let his retainer leave first. This time, the old man didn't act like an elder. He solemnly shook his sleeves and knelt on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Li Gongda came to apologize to His Royal Highness. I hope Your Highness can save Li Hanlin on account of our 20 years of friendship." Li Gongda couldn't see Su Fengyan's expression. His Royal Highness probably handed the drunk Su Beiji to Hong Shuwen and then quickly walked over. He held the administrator's arms and tried to help him up. However, Li Gongda tried his best to kneel down. He heard His Royal Highness ask anxiously, "Uncle Li, why are you doing this? How can Fengyan bear the responsibility? So what if he is Hanlin?" "Uncle Li, get up and talk," Li Gongda said with a faint sobbing tone. "Your Highness, if you don't agree to save my son, Hanlin, even if Li Gongda dies kneeling here, I will not get up." Su Fengyan, who reeked of alcohol, said angrily, "I don't have to save anyone but Hanlin. How can I let Hanlin fall into danger?" "Uncle Li, why do you have to be so pretentious? Could it be that, as the dignified Taoist administrator of Beiliang, you have done something to betray the Su family?" Li Gongda raised his head and said with tears running down his face, "Your Highness, Li Gongda has been loyal to Beiliang for 20 years. Heaven can be my witness. The general's cultivation of the Li family is as good as giving us a new lease on life. Li Gongda admits that he can't deny the crime of corruption. He is absolutely loyal to Beiliang and the Su family." Su Fengyan squatted in front of the administrator, who had lost his composure, and said softly, "In this case, Uncle Li should get up and talk. First, tell me who the kidnapped person is and why Hanlin wants me to save him. There are no outsiders here. You and I can speak frankly. If I can't do something, then I will beg Su Shao. I don't believe that anyone in Beiliang can hurt Hanlin, who can wrong the Li family." Only then did Li Gongda stand up shakily, wiping away his tears with his sleeve. He pointed at Su Hun and said sternly, "This person's surname is Su and his given name is Su Hun. He is the trusted aide of that gold weaver Li Shifeng and is also a secret agent of the Liang Imperial Court. A few years ago, he took his family out for a spring walk. Li Shifeng, that sly old fox, actually pretended to meet me and purposely mentioned that this person was a descendant of his distant relative. Tonight, the Su Hun actually snuck into the mansion and delivered a secret letter personally written by that green-eyed man, saying that as long as I, Li Gongda, am willing to betray Northern Liang, my position in the imperial court would only be higher than that old bastard Yan Jieshi. Furthermore, Zhao Go had already arranged for the Li family's escape route, so how could Li Gongda be so ungrateful? I immediately apprehended this thief, but my poor son Hanlin has already been transferred to the Northern Mang Southern Dynasty by a military order and is now being forcefully escorted eastwards along the northern border. I'm afraid that it won't be long before he enters the capital from Ji province. Your Highness, although Li Gongda has no intention of betraying Northern Liang, since he was targeted by Li Shifeng and Su Hun, these treacherous villains, it must be because Li Gongda, as the administrator, is not a proper one. No matter how Your Highness and the great general deal with Li Gongda will not complain at all. However, Your Highness knows Hanlin's character very well." Su Fengyan let out a sigh as he replied with a smile, "Oh, I see. Uncle Li, don't worry too much. Come on, have a cup of tea in the study. Fengyan will send a message to Su Shao, Chu Lushan and Huang Fucheng, the general of Yuzhou province. I promise to return a safe and sound Li Hanlin to Uncle Li." Li Gongda was about to nod and express his gratitude when he suddenly widened his eyes. His Royal Highness, who had always been smiling in front of him, directly pushed Su Hun, a gold nugget who might be able to dig out a lot of secrets from him. His 5 fingers formed a hook and directly tore off half of Suhun's face. Then, as if he still found it too troublesome, he used the immortal's touch on the head. Poor Suhun died on the spot without saying a word. Su Fengyan, whose hands were covered in blood, casually wiped them on his sleeves. Then, he carefully supported the administrator with one hand and pushed the door open with the other. The two of them stepped over the threshold together. Su Fengyan stopped and leaned back. He smiled at Su Yanbing and said, "Uncle Su, please ask Hongshuan to quickly send out 3 secret letters. The last one is to be sent to Huang Fuchong. Tell him that I allow him to privately mobilize 2,000 light cavalry to intercept me. By the way, ask someone to send a pot of hot tea." Su Yanbing nodded. Li Gongda said in a low voice, "Your Highness, Suhun is clearly not an ordinary spy. Li Gongda tried to get information from him before. It seems that when Yen Jieshi escaped from Beiliang, he was also personally involved. With him in our hands, we don't have to worry about Li Shifeng and the Golden Weaving Bureau not giving in. It seems safer to kill him later." Su Fengyan shook his head and said with a smile, "Uncle Li, you underestimate how tight-lipped these men of sacrifice are. Besides, I don't care about Li Shifeng or the Weaving Bureau in my own territory of Beiliang. Even if there are spies from Zhaogo, as long as there is a reasonable reason, I can kill them as I want. I'm not their relative. Anyway, it's a life and death battle between 2 sides, so there's no need to care about family ties. When doing this kind of thing, it depends on who's ruthless. The Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard fell into Zhaogo's hands outside of Beiliang and ended up in the same way. Otherwise, why would they be called men of sacrifice? They're not called men of sacrifice for nothing." Li Gongda listened to His Royal Highness casual and indifferent words. When he sat down, he looked at the young man's unfashionable gray hair and did not say anything. Su Fengyan smiled and comforted him. "If Uncle Li thinks that Huang Fuchong and 2,000 elite cavalry are not enough, you can send another 200 crossbowmen and 1,000 cavalry." Li Gongda hurriedly agreed. Okay. Sigh, this foul situation is really making things difficult for your Highness." Su Fengyan waved his hand and Su Yanbing personally brought tea over. Su Fengyan then told him about the order to increase the number of men and horses to come out of seclusion. Su Fengyan sneered and said, "Li Shifeng is really amazing. He's been a coward in Beiliang for more than 10 years. If he wants to do something, he'll do it on a large scale. He's addicted to poaching people from the Su family. He's still not satisfied even after giving Master Zhao an in-law. Now, he's not even willing to let Uncle Li go. After tonight, I'll go meet this Golden Weaving Bureau." Chapter 934. Li Gongda sighed and looked at Su Fengyan. He said sincerely, "Your Highness, with that, although it wasn't Li Gongda's fault, I admit that my reputation has been ruined. I don't have the face or heart to be an official anymore. I hope that your Highness can allow Li Gongda to return to his hometown and be a farmer in Huangnam County." Actually, when your Highness came to Lingzhou, Li Gongda already had this thought. In the Great River, each new generation surpasses the previous one. The hearts of the people in Beiliang had already reached the level of scholars. Li Gongda knew that his talent was shallow and his reputation was extremely bad. Not to mention the position of primary second-grade administrator, even the position of Lingzhou provincial governor was not enough to convince the people. In the beginning, when your Highness became the general of Lingzhou, Li Gongda wanted to help your Highness for a year or 2 before retiring. That would fulfill his wish of being an official for 2 dynasties in Beiliang. It was for the public good, but there were also selfish motives. Who would have thought that the moment your Highness moved into the general's manor, the Lingzhou officialdom under Li Gongda's eyes would become chaotic. At that time, Li Gongda knew that he was old, his abilities were too small, and his experience was shallow. Rather than being scolded away shamelessly, why don't I ask your Highness to be merciful and let Li Gongda return to his hometown to live out his remaining years? Su Fengyan lowered his head and blew on the steam from the tea. He smiled but did not say anything. The light in the study was dim. Li Gongda held the teacup with both hands to warm it up. The steam rose and the expressions of the old and young were blurry. Li Gongda chose his words carefully and slowly said, "Your Highness, Li Gongda resigned from his position not because he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, but because he knew that it was difficult for him to take on such a big responsibility. Being the first administrator of Beiliang was like forcing a duck onto a perch. As for Li Gongda's well-known addiction to being an official, he was almost satisfied. Now that the structure of Beiliang has expanded and the atmosphere is brand new, Li Gongda did not read much and was miles away from scholars like Wang Shihua. However, a few days ago, when he saw Fujian replacing old talismans with new peaches, he figured out a principle that he did not understand before. No matter how good the old spring festival couplets were, after a year of exposure to the wind and sun, they were unbearably old. Let's not talk about other things. Just looking at them did not feel festive enough. It was not as pleasing to the eyes as the new couplets. Moreover, Beiliang is currently full of vitality and talent. Your Highness has the intention to reform the Beiliang officialdom. In the end, the study of officialdom is nothing more than the essence of the three words moving one's position. Therefore, as long as Li Gongda leaves, it is possible that everyone in the Beiliang officialdom will be promoted by a rank. At the very least, the scholars that Your Highness has chosen can all be moved up a rank. Su Fengyan interrupted. Let's not talk about this first. Uncle Li is still young. It is too early to talk about retiring from his position and living leisurely in the forest. Li Gongda wanted to say something but stopped. Su Fengyan could not help laughing and said mischievously, I guess that Zhang Julu will at least give Uncle Li the title of Minister and Grand Secretary to the Imperial Court. Otherwise, he will be too petty. Li Gongda smiled and said, Li Gongda has not opened the secret letter, so I don't know the contents. Then the administrator placed the secret letter in his bosom on the table. Su Fengyan casually glanced at it and heard Li Gongda laugh heartily for the first time that night. If it were up to Li Gongda, he would look down on a minister with the same rank as the administrator and a grand secretary who can't make money out of thin air. It would be more appropriate to let Tantanon give up the position of Huan One to Li Gongda. Of course, if the grand secretary is willing to give up the position, Li Gongda won't mind kindly accepting it. If that is the case, Li Gongda can go back on his word once. Your Highness, please don't stop Li Gongda. Su Fengyan drank a mouthful of tea and laughed out loud. If the son of the Zhao family has such courage, I really won't stop Uncle Li. It would be nice if the news of an official trained by Beiliang became the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court in the end. In the future, wouldn't countless scholars flood into Beiliang to become officials? Because Beiliang is a prosperous land, I would be happy to see them all work hard in Beiliang for 20 to 30 years and accumulate enough hard work. Then, they would run to the Imperial Court to politely accept them for their retirement. They would comfortably enjoy a high position for a decade or so. After they die, they would all be bestowed posthumous titles by the emperor. How good would that be? The Su family of Beiliang would benefit, and the Zhao family of the Imperial Court would gain fame. Everyone would be happy. Li Gongda smiled knowingly. Su Fengyan withdrew his smile and said, Uncle Li, you can continue to be the administrator with peace of mind. As for Hanlin, I promised to send you back to Lingzhou unscathed. Li Gongda still wanted to say something, but Su Fengyan closed the cup lid and placed it on the table. His expression was one that did not allow rejection. He said, Uncle Li, then it's settled. We'll talk about everything when Hanlin comes back. Li Gongda could only stand up and say goodbye. He silently left the study. Su Fengyan walked him to the door of the study. He sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. If the secret matter spread out, it would be enough to shake the entire court. He had planned the entire situation single-handedly. Su Weisheng and Wutong'an were in charge of every detail. The golden silk weaver Li Shifeng had made a deal with Beiliang. His children and grandchildren were kept in the capital as hostages. If he wanted to leave Beiliang alive and not arouse the suspicion of the imperial court, or more accurately, the emperor, he had to come up with a flawless plan. Thus, it was true that Li Shifeng was a loyal and responsible spy. It was also true that Zhang Julu wrote the 2 letters that Li Shifeng got from the imperial court. It was also true that Li Hanlin was sent to the southern court of Beimang. True and false, it was tangled and complicated. During this period of time, the interests intertwined. Everyone's actions, big and small, were enough to dazzle one's eyes. Beiliang could not afford to make a single mistake. Liang could afford to lose, but Beiliang could not afford to lose. If they won, the Golden Silk Weaver would go from an organization of the imperial court to Beiliang's private property. Large amounts of spies hiding in Beiliang and around Beiliang would be tracked down. Many of the Liang spies who had infiltrated the military at the border would also be uprooted. In this way, the mud in Beiliang could be cleaned up. When Su Fengyan became the general of Lingzhou, his ambition was not in the military affairs of Lingzhou. Instead, he wanted the Beiliang officialdom to be completely free of worries. Only then could those scholars be at ease and settle down. If Li Gongda resisted the temptation, then Su Fengyan had told him before that he would let this Uncle Li enjoy his official life. If he did not, then it would be the worst situation. Even with the Yan family's betrayal first, Su Fengyan still had no plans to destroy the Li family. He would only nominally let Li Gongda resign and return home with the excuse that he was unwell and peacefully be a rich man in Huangnam County. Just as the administrator had said tonight, once he retreated, the Beiliang officialdom would do its best to act according to His Royal Highness' wishes. Whatever Su Hun did, it was Li Shifeng's wishes. And Li Shifeng's guidance to Su Hun was Su Fengyan's intentions. As for crossbowman and marksmanship leader Li Hanlin, he had a large group of Beiliang's most elite Eagle Guard following him. There were also 6 Master Realm retainers from the Wang Manor mixed in. Those Zhaogo death warriors who were in charge of receiving him outside the pass were destined to die. However, Su Fengyan knew that if this happened, the 4 brothers who grew up together, went to brothels and took the blame together, none of them would be left. The administrator brought his trusted retainer and slowly walked out of the general's manor. Li Gongda turned his head and looked at the slightly eerie official residence in the night. He smiled and asked, "What kind of person do you think His Royal Highness is?" The Master Realm retainer hesitated and said, "An expert." Li Gongda laughed and did not force this careful Jianghu expert. He muttered to himself, "Although a great man has to be ruthless, but it doesn't mean that he isn't a hero." The retainer did not dare to say much. Li Gongda walked to the door of his own manor and was about to step onto the steps. He suddenly retracted his foot and smiled. "Let's take a walk. It's rare for Apricot Street to be so peaceful." Li Gongda walked to the empty and lonely street and sighed. "Everyone is suffering. It's all about finding joy in the suffering. Others may pity you, but you don't know that you are suffering. That is true ability. I, like the general, am old. No matter what I do now, it is for my descendants." In the study room, Su Fengyan reached out and grabbed the teacup. The white porcelain cup shattered. Half of the tea splashed all over him. They were set to arrive at the Lingzhou General's Manor on the 3rd day of the 1st month. He purposely mentioned the 3 secret letters in the corridor. Su Fengyan gave the Li family time and time again. At this moment, there was still only one secret letter on the table. In this game of chess, Beiliang, who had the geographical advantage, would not lose no matter what. It was only a matter of winning more or losing less. However, to Su Fengyan, he would lose no matter what. He asked for it. He was alone. Su Beiji said it well. Chapter 935. Because the imperial court had appointed a crown prince and conferred titles to various kings, the emperor had personally decreed a general amnesty and changed the name of the year to Xiangfu. In the 1st year of Xiangfu, when the sound of firecrackers welcomed the new year, there were still court officials on duty. An old man in his 60s walked unsteadily toward Zhang Hut with wine and a bag in his hand. Along the way, he occasionally met him. Regardless of whether it was the son of heaven's personal attendants or the eunuchs who could wear bright red python robes, when they met this old man, without exception, they all took the initiative to stop and throw the rules and regulations of the palace to the back of their minds. They all exchanged a few pleasantries with a smiling face. If it were an ordinary person, once they were discovered, they would definitely be remembered by the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Han Diaosi. Sooner or later, they would not be able to bear the consequences. However, now that the ceremony directorate had changed its head, celebrating the beginning of spring, and the target was Tantanon, who was liked by everyone in the imperial court, both inside and outside the palace, there was no need to be afraid of being used against them. Even if there were people who wanted to make trouble for the emperor, the emperor would only reprimand those people for gossiping. Huan Wen, who had replaced Sun Shiji as the new head of the province, greeted everyone along the way and arrived at Zhang Hut. From a distance, he saw the Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, standing under the eaves, rubbing his hands and exhaling. This Jiangnan scholar, who came from a humble family, could be considered an extremely young and strong man in the imperial court that was full of white hair. Along with many of the pillars of the imperial court, he had relied on the imperial examination to become a carp jumping over the Dragon's Gate during the Yonghui era. Furthermore, in that year's imperial examination, Wang Xiongui, who ranked first and third, was the youngest of the top three. The teacher who presided over the imperial examination was the Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. The teacher who read the examination papers was coincidentally the Left Chancellor of the Imperial College at that time, Huan Wen. Relying on his talent in running the country and helping the world, he had climbed up the ranks to become the Minister of Revenue. Wang Xiongui was undoubtedly part of the Zhang faction. Even though he had become a minister, he had always treated Zhang Julu and Huan Wen as disciples. At this moment, without waiting for Huan Wen to approach Zhang Hut, he hurriedly ran down the stairs to help Huan Wen take the wine jug and cloth bag. Huan Wen joked, "Fuding, why is that blue-eyed boy shutting the door to you again? This old fellow is really something. Yesterday you went to pay your New Year's greetings, and today he came again. It's obvious that he cares a lot about your favorite student, but he just can't bring himself to do it. It's fine. In a moment, I'll just say that this pot of wine and salted peanuts were all brought by you. I don't believe that Bai Yen won't be envious. If he can hold back his greed and just watch the two of us enjoy life, then I'll be helping you vent your anger, won't I?" Minister Wang, whose given name was Fu Ding, smiled wryly and said, "How could this junior dare to get angry with Grand Secretary Darren? Huan Shi, please don't make fun of Fu Ding. Besides, this junior didn't discipline him properly and let that good-for-nothing son of mine get into trouble. The entire capital is watching as a joke. This junior truly has let down Grand Secretary Darren and Huan Shi's expectations." Huan Wen smiled. This Tantanon wasn't quite the same as those shrewd pillars of the imperial court who couldn't help but be suspicious of their dark temperaments. When the old man smiled, it wasn't a fake smile, and it didn't make people feel that there was a knife hidden in his smile. Instead, it made people feel that Sir Huan had truly encountered a happy occasion. Over the years, some of the senior ministers who had fallen on hard times liked to run over to Huan Wen to reminisce about old times, bringing along a few pots of good wine. Whether or not this old man of the Huan residence could help was another matter. In short, if it was something that made people feel like there was still some leeway after he spoke of it. There were two things that Huan's Wen didn't do. He didn't add flowers to brocade, and he didn't hit a person who was down. With Huan Wen leading him into Zhanglu, Wang Xiongui had the courage to enter. Huan Wen stopped in front of the door. Wang Xiongui had already put one foot in and could only obediently take it back. He heard the old man say softly, "Your youngest son is called Yuan Ran, right? Even an old man like me who doesn't leave the house has heard of his great name. Can't be said that he has done a basket of bad things, but at least half a basket of bad things. Last autumn, he had a dispute with the heir of Beiliang at the Juzhou embassy. He was praised to the heavens by his accomplices, saying that he was the #1 silk pants in the capital and that he was the only one who dared to go against the heir. This originally wasn't much. Whether it was me or Bai Yen, we were all hot-blooded when we were young. Who didn't have a bit of vanity? It's just that your child is too bold now." He actually went to the Ministry of Personnel to bully Zhao Yuling's daughter. This daughter is even betrothed to Yin Maochuan's only son. Not only that, the son of the Ministry of Justice's Han Lin came out to say something fair and gave your son a beating. He even scolded his father for being a mere assistant minister in the Ministry of Justice. Fuding, if you count with your fingers, in the 4 years of Yonghui, it was actually only the few of you who stood out together. Your relationship was generally not bad. After this incident, how are you going to meet Yin, Zhao, and Han, who are all officials at the same time? You and I both know that next year's imperial examinations will be presided over by Yin Maochun. You and I both know the level of Yin Maochun's ability as an official. He isn't called the head of the imperial court's prime ministers for nothing. After this year's imperial examinations, it will be the big event of the local officials' examinations. Zhao Yuling will definitely be the one in charge. How can your teacher not be fuming with anger? If I sat in by Yan's position, I would be just as angry. Wang Xiongui stomped his foot and sighed. He said in a low voice, Teacher Huan, you don't know. My son Wang Yuanran was framed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. Huan Wen, who was known for his good temper, actually had a face full of anger. He suppressed his voice and scolded, Idiot! Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If your son was a good person, would he have the chance to be framed? The family's misfortune. The greatest misfortune is that your descendants don't care about your fortune. He's already made such a big mistake. As his father, you're still thinking about how to clean up after Wang Yuanran's mess instead of mending the pen after the sheep are lost. If you, Wang Xiongui, aren't stupid, then what are you? Chapter 936. Wang Xiongui stammered, not daring to retort. It was indeed hard for outsiders to imagine that a second-rank minister could be scolded so miserably. Huan Wen still wasn't satisfied. He snatched the wine pot and cloth pouch, directly throwing down a string of harsh words. I originally thought you'd come to understand before coming, but I didn't expect you to still be such a scoundrel. You can't even manage a son? What Ministry of Revenue? I, Huan Wen, have always favored you. Fine, then you might as well not be some Minister of Revenue. Come to the Ministry of Revenue and be my assistant. You'll still be a second-rank official. How about it? So that your son won't rely on you, his father, to raise his tail to the sky and show that extremely unsightly light. Wang Xiongui was so scared that his face turned pale. Everyone in the court knew that Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was in charge of the Zhang faction, which was actually of the same origin. It was just that the banner was swapped with the character Zhang. In fact, it could be traced all the way back to Zhang Julu and Huan Wen's benefactor teacher, who was the old Grand Secretary's benefactor teacher. Wang Xiongui was undoubtedly the most popular candidate to take over Zhang Julu's position, both inside and outside the Zhang faction. To speak plainly, even if the emperor was dissatisfied with Wang Xionggui's position as Minister of Revenue and demoted him, even demoting him to a provincial post, as long as the Zhang and Huan elders were still there, even in the court and outside, they still had great prestige. Wang Xiongui wasn't afraid of not having a chance to return to the central government. However, if the Zhang and Huan elders felt that Wang Xiongui couldn't bear the heavy responsibility and wasn't enough to support their branch, then Wang Xionggui's career in this life could be considered to have come to an end. Huan Wen gave a cold snort. Wang Xiongui was dejected and didn't say anything. After careful consideration, he said bitterly, Teacher Huan, this junior knows his wrongs. I won't enter the room and make the Grand Secretary worry. While there's still snow on the ground, I'll go back now and have Wang Yuanran kneel in front of Zhao Yuling's gate. I'll also personally pay a visit to Zhao Yuling to apologize. Huan Wen nodded and laughed. Footing, you slippery fellow. What dog farts snow on the ground? Zhao Yuling's gate is filled with a sea of people. It's very clean. Why don't you find a handful of snow for me? Fine, fine, it's good that you know your wrongs. It's good that you've caused such a ruckus. It'll teach your son a lesson. Wang Yuanran is not stupid. Even if you keep a straight face, he can still see the love in your eyes. Plus, your wife is soft-hearted. She can't stand the crying of her young son. This time, she made him lose a layer of skin. Sooner or later, she will secretly compensate him more. Tell Wang Yuanran that if he dares to cause trouble again, I'll tell Yao Baifeng to throw him into the Imperial College for 3 to 5 years. The Minister of Revenue who had Tantanon personally intervened to help him deal with his family affairs had tears in his eyes. His lips trembled as he said, Teacher Huan's kindness. This junior is unable to repay. Huan Wen shook his head and sighed. These small favors I've given you are nothing. The one inside is the one who really thinks highly of you. Fuding, you must not disappoint him. Wang Xiongui nodded heavily. Huan Wen returned the wine jug and cloth pouch to him. My trip into the palace this time was for you. There is a beginning and there is an end. Come, let's go in and meet our Grand Secretary. Entering Zhonglu, the purple-bearded and blue-eyed Zhang Julu still did not give the Minister of Revenue any face. However, he reluctantly accepted the wine and peanuts. The civil officials of Zhonglu who were buried in their books quietly raised their heads and smiled knowingly at the Minister of Revenue. Wang Xiongui did not stay long. He quickly bid farewell and left in a hurry. Zhang Julu and Huan Wen came to the room that was specially used to receive outsiders. Huan Wen was very familiar with Zhang Lu. He brought in his own utensils and began to leisurely boil wine. He said to himself, "The court says that you and I, one playing good cop and one playing bad cop, cooperate seamlessly. I didn't think so before, but now I can only pinch my nose and admit it. Tell me, Fuding is such an ambitious, capable, and intelligent official. He has already reached the high position of Minister of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue is well organized, so why can't he manage his own residence well?" Zhang Julu calmly said, "What's so strange about this? Most people become officials to seek the good fortune of their descendants. Besides, don't look at how Wang Yuanran suddenly became a street rat in the capital. In fact, in front of his father, he is very clever and clever. The sons of officials are mostly like this. It's not that they are stupid, but that they are too smart. They have long been influenced by the ways of the officialdom to flatter and bully those below. I dare say that this is the first time Wang Xiongui knows that his youngest son is so muddle-headed. This is also why every year there are many officials who do not fall at the hands of their political opponents, but fall at the hands of their own children and grandchildren. It's not strange for father and son to be in court together, but it's rare for 3 generations to be in court together. Even if the positions of the 3 are not high and their ranks are not high, whether they are good or bad officials, at least they are truly intelligent officials." Huan Wen, whose nose had been frozen to a brandy, smelled the aroma of the wine and asked with a smile, "Then how many generations do you think there are in Beiliang?" Zhang Julu calmly said, "This question, you have to ask the mysterious Huang Sanjia. I don't know and I don't want to know. What's done is done, and that's more important than anything else. As for how far you can see, in the end, it depends on how far you can walk." Huan Wen laughed heartily. Zhang Julu stretched out his hand. Huan Wen said in surprise, "You want to drink wine? Bai Yan, you want to get a concubine? Congratulations, congratulations." Zhang Julu glanced at him unhappily. He poured himself a bowl of hot wine, drank a mouthful and said with a smile, "I've thought about it." Huan Wen nodded and said, "Me too. As soon as the 2 letters were sent, I felt some regret. It seems that you and I have both been tricked. That kid, the younger generation, will surpass us in time." Borrowing our hands, he began to deal with Beiliang. "However, I am now quite curious. Did Golden Thread Weaver Li Shifeng also get deceived? Or is he already in cahoots with Beiliang?" Zhang Julu asked in return, "Is there a difference? Of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, only he, Tantanon, could keep up with Grand Secretary Zhang's thoughts." He nodded and said, "That's true. Li Shifeng has made great contributions in the end. Moreover, he even made Yan Jieshi owe him a huge favor. We still need to let him return to the capital with dignity. However, based on your unyielding nature when dealing with Ji Province's Han family 20 years ago, Li Shifeng doesn't have this type of fortune." Zhang Julu said with a laugh, "Only after giving my grandson New Year's money did I remember that I am already an old man in my 50s. It is also time for me to have this type of temperament." Huan Wen released an "oh" sound, saying teasingly, "What? You're finally starting to seek a path of retreat?" Zhang Julu shook his head, his eyes firm and resolute. He slowly spat out 2 words, "I won't." Huan Wen said quietly, "Don't worry. I won't let your Bai Yener die without descendants." Zhang Julu swayed the wine bowl, saying in self-mockery, "It's difficult." Huan Wen suddenly said with a deadly earnest expression, "Don't you still have a daughter who hasn't married yet? In the future, Beiliang still lacks an official consort. What do you think of this idea?" Zhang Julu was so angry that he laughed and said, "Get lost." In the distance, Zhang Julu's important ministers all clearly heard the Grand Secretary's vulgar words, looking at each other in dismay. Chapter 937. The officialdom of Lingzhou originally thought that His Highness the Crown Prince, who had suffered in Lingzhou, would most likely have asked the great general for an imperial sword and was going to start a massacre in Lingzhou. They never thought that Lingzhou city would still be as calm as before. This made people wonder. Could it be that the administrator was really so highly regarded that he was so powerful that the great general had no choice but to look at him differently and give him a completely different ending than Huaihua great general Zhong Honggu? Many fence-sitters who wanted to squeeze their way into the Lingzhou general's manor thought about it carefully and felt that it was best to first go to the Li manor to pay a New Year's visit. Adding on the fact that the housekeeper of the general's manor, Sun Fulu, was famous for being unreasonable. He spread the word that the manor would not be welcoming visitors, so there were not many officials who went there to look for trouble. However, at noon on the 6th day of the first month, when Huangnam County Governor Song Yen moved his family into Lingzhou City, he did not stay in the administrator's manor of his teacher, Li Gongda. Instead, he moved into the general's manor. This made many people confused. However, when His Royal Highness moved into the official residence, he did not show his face, because he dragged Su Beiji to the west of the city to drink. The coachman was changed from Su Yambing to Han Laozhan, who was from the same sect and was also the deputy general of Lingzhou. Other than the pair of persimmons and oranges, there was also Pei Nanwei, who had taken off her snow-swept fox fur coat and changed into plain clothes. However, she still kept her loose mink hat. Then there was Wang Lifting and his close friend from the same hometown, Sun Yin. There was also Wang Yunshu, who just so happened to come over to familiarize himself with them. Among the 5 young masters of similar ages, other than Sun Yin, who looked ordinary and old-fashioned, the 4 of them were rather eye-catching when gathered together. Luckily, they were drinking at the bottom of the city, so they were not recognized by the sharp-eyed people. When they were drinking, Wang Yunshu and Wang Lifting were both figures of the 4 kings of Huangnan and knew each other very well. Moreover, the 2 of them were also one of the 4 tyrants of Lingzhou back in the day, so they did not seem to be unfamiliar with each other. Only Sun Yin, who was temporarily working as a shabby private tutor in the Wang family of Zijin, did not seem to fit in. Even though Su Beiji took the initiative to talk to him a few times, Sun Yin could only be considered to be able to respond appropriately. However, he was never able to take advantage of the opportunity to expand the topic. It was as if he was born to not be the center of attention at the same table. Su Fengyan naturally compared Sun Yin to Chen Shiliang, who had a similar background, and was somewhat disappointed. Whether it was in front of him or Su Shao, Chen Shiliang had never shown the slightest bit of stage fright. Su Fengyan was now in urgent need of scholars that could be used immediately. People like Su Beiji could be casually tossed into any county and he would be able to flourish on his own. There was no need for him to worry about him at all. If not for this, Su Fengyan was not a deity. How would he be able to take care of everything? Wang Lifting, who had good observation skills, had secretly stepped on Sun Yin's feet a few times under the table. The stubborn Sun Yin was still as stubborn as before. The aroma of the big pot of dog stew on the table filled the air. They had also drunk more than 10 caddies of green ant wine. It was about time to pay the bill and leave. Wang Lifting lamented in his heart. This clan head of the Wang clan of Purple Gold knew very well how the first impression was. It was incomparably important. There were so many so-called talented people in the world who did not get the chance to meet them. In fact, most of them were idiots who did not know how to find the right opportunity to recommend themselves. It was not as if a man had talent. It was not as obvious as a woman who was pregnant at first glance. It was no wonder that others could not tell the difference between good and bad. However, the problem was that Wang Lifting was more certain than anyone else that Sun Yin was not a pedantic scholar who only knew how to read books. This was what made him feel so regretful. Although he, Wang Lifting, was the new favorite of His Royal Highness, he could not be so foolish as to tell His Royal Highness that Sun Yin's talent was extraordinary. It was His Royal Highness who could not recognize a fine steed, not His Royal Highness. If Wang Lifting was really so impetuous, he would not be able to sit firmly on the seat of the clan head of the Wang clan of Purple Gold. The seat was also stained with the blood of many of his clansmen. Don't judge Wang Lifting by his scholarly and elegant demeanor. With one hand, he lured the bandits into having evil thoughts at the sight of wealth. With the other, He used a large sum of money to hire the authorities to suppress the bandits. Without any hesitation, he killed nearly half of his uncle's family of more than 40 people, leaving only a few old, young, women, and children behind. Not a single one of the 18 bandits was left alive. The two groups of people parted ways. Wang Lifting left with Sun Yin, while Wang Yunshu led his horse and rode together for a distance. Then, he said that he did not lack friends in the capital and that he had to go to the brothel to fool around. Then he spurred his horse and left. Ever since Wang Lifting became the clan head, the two young masters who were originally on good terms with each other gradually drifted apart. On the other side of the road, Su Fengyan bought a stick of sugar-coated haws and bit into it. Su Beiji was silent for a long time. In the end, he could not help but ask, "You really don't plan on using Sun Yin, who has the potential to become the second Yao Baifeng of Beiliang?" Su Fengyan, who was busy dealing with the sugar-coated haws, said vaguely, "Even if I want to use him, it would be a headache to put him in an official position. With his personality, regardless of whether he is a scholar or not, once he reaches the county, if I just leave him alone, this fellow will be beaten up by the old foxes until he dies of depression. If I have to take out a very large official's hat for him to wear, to be honest, I really am not willing to do so. That's because giving it to anyone would be more useful than giving it to Sun Yin. At the very least, it would be more effective than giving it to Sun Yin. It's just that letting him be kidnapped by Yao Baifeng to go to the Imperial College in the capital is also inappropriate. The Imperial Court is blessed with a unique environment and skilled craftsmen to carefully polish this piece of unpolished jade. If in the future Sun Yin becomes a powerful official in the Imperial Court and Beiliang has another Zhang Julu as an enemy, I would regret it so much that my intestines would turn green with regret. But to put him under house arrest in Beiliang for the rest of his life, regardless of sentiment or reason, is not kind. Yao Baifeng said that he is a scholar who has won 3 yuans in a row. In the end, if he ends up in my hands, it will be a waste of his life. If word gets out, it won't be good." Su Beiji smiled and said, "You think that Sun Yin is a chicken rib? Tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away?" Su Fengyan nodded his head. Unexpectedly, Su Beiji shook his head and said, "Not necessarily." Su Fengyan handed half a stick of sugar-coated haws to Pei Nanwei, who was sitting quietly. Unexpectedly, she took it calmly and bit off one of the haws and put it in her mouth. Su Fengyan did not have the mood to flirt and continued to say to Su Beiji, "Capable people have more work to do. Why don't you help me test Sun Yin? I really don't have time to care about him. I am about to leave Lingzhou and participate in the military training at the border with Su Shao." Su Beiji said decisively, "If he is handed over to me, even if I become the governor of Lingzhou, don't expect Sun Yin to be loyal to you. As long as he is a scholar who doesn't have a bit of pride. Sun Yin is especially obvious." Su Fengyan frowned and said, "It's not a problem anyway. What do you want me to do?" Su Beiji said softly, "There is a way that saves you the most trouble. Do you want to hear it?" Su Fengyan rolled his eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Su Beiji said calmly, "If you can't use him, then kill him. Kill him secretly. You can drown him by accident or poison him slowly. Anyway, you are familiar with this. Wang Lifting is ambitious. Before he becomes the golden thread weaver, let him know what it means to show mercy and severity." Pei Nanwei turned to look at this Beimang remnant and made up her mind to stay away from this person. Just as Su Fengyan was about to speak, he saw a group of riders galloping on the street in a domineering manner. Immediately, the whole street was in chaos. Fortunately, the people seemed to be used to it. The women ran with their children, the hawkers ran as fast as they could, and the men in the middle of the street jumped and dodged. Practice makes perfect. This undoubtedly increased the arrogance of the group of hedonistic young masters. Most of the young masters were wearing fur coats and had knives and swords hanging on their necks. There was even a young woman with fiery eyes and a vicious aura that did not lose out to the group of hedonistic young masters. The horse she rode was a very outstanding breed, the Yellow Dragon Hussar. It was not much inferior to the western region's Fergana horses that were hard to buy with money. Among the group of horses, she and the leader, the white-hoofed Shadow, were the most expensive and eye-catching. Su Fengyan looked on coldly from the side with a calm expression. The white-hoofed shadow only glanced at Su Fengyan from the side of the street and then passed by. Unexpectedly, the young mistress of the Yellow Dragon Hussar had sharp eyes. At first, she only saw the two handsome young men's appearance, and then she saw the woman beside them coincidentally raising her head and revealing her appearance. She deftly lashed out with her whip and knocked off the beautiful woman's mink hat. Not only that, she stopped the horse and turned it around. The horse's hooves stomped heavily on the street. When she was about 10 steps away, she shook her soft golden horsewhip and looked down at the woman and two men with evil intentions. She clicked her tongue and said, "It's strange that we can meet such a beautiful woman here. Gao Dirun, come quickly. I guarantee that you won't have to go to the brothel to throw money for a year. If you take her back home, I bet that your two mosquito legs won't have the strength to go out and drink anymore." Su Fengyan bent down to pick up the mink hat from the ground and handed it to Pei Nanwei, but she glared at him angrily. Pei Nanwei was after all the former Princess Jing, and it was true that she was angry at the young woman's ignorance and rudeness, but she didn't want to lower herself to her level. However, this person surnamed Su could clearly block the whip, but he still watched as she was humiliated. This made Pei Nanwei extremely angry. Su Fengyan saw that she didn't accept the mink hat, so he smiled and put it on his head. The young woman stopped her horse and the group of horses quickly turned around and returned. The eyes of the young man who was called Gao Dirun lit up and he was shocked. He didn't say anything as he jumped off his horse and rushed towards Pei Nanwei. He was about to throw her onto the back of a horse and return home. Su Fengyan waved his hand and signaled for Han Laozhan, who was secretly following them, to not show himself. He then took a step forward and kicked out with a seemingly soft kick. The young man surnamed Gao might have thin arms and legs that could be blown away by a gust of wind, but he was actually considered an expert in Lingzhou. He gave a sinister laugh and pushed off with the tip of his foot. With a beautiful flip of his body, he pounced towards the fellow who looked like an embroidered pillow. Su Fengyan, who was teasing him, smiled and suddenly took a large step forward. The tall young man had just heard his companions shout for him to be careful when he was pushed in the chest by a palm. His entire body was thrown from one side of the street to the other. Unfortunately, he crashed into the hard wall between two shops and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The main culprit, the woman, had a gloomy expression. She held onto the horse whip with both hands and used all her strength to straighten it. Her eyes were vicious. Chapter 938. The young master that reminded the tall young master to be careful narrowed his eyes and touched the mane of the white-hoofed shadow he was riding. He said in a deep voice, "Committing murder on the street for no reason and disregarding the law. Do you not know how the word death is written?" Su Fengyan pulled on the edge of his mink hat with both hands. His body flashed and he slapped the white-hoofed shadow's head. The horse that was worth 300 taels of silver did not even have the time to cry out before it died on the spot. The horse's hooves bent and it fell to the ground, scaring the young master so much that he quickly jumped up and retreated a few dozen feet away. He did not even have the desire to test the opponent's strength. Su Beiji sighed. At this moment, not to mention you half-baked Yamen officials, even if the insufferably arrogant Yen Wenluan were to appear, she would also be beaten by His Highness the Heir Apparent, who was full of resentment and had nowhere to vent. Su Fengyan took a deep breath and suppressed his surging killing intent. He said expressionlessly, "Scram!" The noble woman riding the Yellow Dragon Hussar was so angry that she laughed. "Not bad. You do have some mediocre skills. This is the first time I've heard that Lingzhou has such a courageous Jianghu person. I've learned something new." The young master whose beloved horse had died on the street threw a look at his companion, and the horse galloped away. Su Fengyan glared at the woman on the horse and then continued forward with Su Beiji. Su Beiji asked with a smile, "Do you feel better?" Su Fengyan said helplessly, "What are you talking about?" Su Beiji no longer behaved atrociously on his wound. She turned around and saw that the other nobles had put away their swords and sabers and slowed down their horses. They followed behind her, unwilling to leave. Their faces were full of ruthlessness and amusement, as if they were ready to watch a big joke. Su Beiji gently shook his head. A group of soldiers in bright armor quickly ran over under the lead of the knight who reported the news. They had an imposing manner. Su Beiji sneered. These foppish sons of rich families were not stupid. They knew that to deal with those Jianghu masters who were skilled in martial arts, it was effective to borrow the power of the government to kill them. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the consequences. It saved them money and effort, so why not? Su Beiji saw that the owner of the white-hoofed shadow was riding on the same horse as his companion. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the arrangement. He waved his hand and whispered to the person beside him, who then rode away. Su Beiji smiled. It seemed like he was determined to eliminate the source of the problem. Then, he called for more people to come and encircle them, in case the three of them were cornered, and used their skills to escape. They should be a group of vicious and merciless sons of generals. They should be able to move a large number of local patrolling soldiers. Perhaps the power of patrolling the provincial capital was in the hands of one of their parents. Lingzhou was a good place for generals at the border to enjoy their retirement. There were many miscellaneous generals, military captains, and even more ruffians. Back then, the administrator was powerless to suppress the rebellion of the officials in Lingzhou. Part of the reason was because Sir Li did not do anything. More importantly, the administrator was a rare pure civil official in Beiliang. Even if he really wanted to discipline the Lingzhou military captains who held real power, he still had to spend a large amount of effort and relationships. The imbalance between civil and military in Beiliang had been going on for a long time. The scholars had died, and the internal and external conflicts had unknowingly increased the complexity of the situation in Beiliang. The group of soldiers who rushed over first were all eager to give it a try. They held the hilts of their knives and waited for the captain's orders. Just as the daughter of Captain Dong had said, it was rare to see Jianghu heroes who dared to cause trouble in Lingzhou, much less in the heavily guarded provincial capital. The Lotus Pond in Huangnan County, which had a martial arts grandmaster watching over, was instantly reduced to ashes. This shocking news had already spread throughout Lingzhou during the New Year's greetings in the first month. It made the large and small gangs in Lingzhou tremble in fear. This year, the silver that they gave to the officials had all been increased by a few times. The captain pulled out his knife with a vicious smile and was about to capture the three of them to report to Sir Zhou and Dong Yueqi. They had just celebrated the New Year, so it was really a good start. The streets were very busy. Wang Lifting and Sun Yin followed in the crowd. Seeing this scene, Wang Lifting did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was hesitating whether he should go out and stop those people whose eyeballs were on their butts. Sun Yin shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see." Wang Lifting said softly, "I told you just now, His Highness is not the kind of person who likes to make a fuss. Moreover, the reason why His Highness came out this time was to see you. I'm sorry to get involved in this kind of trouble." Sun Yin pointed at his own head and said calmly, "Sun Yin had already finished studying when he was 14. After that, you always asked me what I was doing. I can tell you now. Since ancient times, there have been secret techniques of the emperor that were used to control the officials. However, I have half of the long and short positive and negative sutra that I wrote. It can be used to analyze, counter, and balance the techniques of the emperor. After Master Yao went to the capital, it was not that I did not want to go to the emperor, but I could not. If I went, I would die. Sun Yin is very afraid of death. How could I not see His Royal Highness hiding his strength and biding his time? Since he was able to make the four princes of Huangnam County go from being united on the surface to completely breaking up, it proves that His Highness is like what I told you that night. He chose the middle of the road to govern Lingzhou. However, what Sun Yin wanted, even if it was a hereditary position of His Royal Highness, he still could not give it. Sun Yin, rather than selling what you have learned against your will, it is better not to sell it." Wang Lifting said regretfully, "Can't you learn to compromise?" Sun Yin sneered, "Then what is the difference between you and Administrator Li Gongda?" Wang Lifting hurriedly shut her mouth and obediently watched the commotion in the distance. She was afraid that this fellow beside her would say something disgraceful. Beiliang was poor. Perhaps it was because there were not many broken pots left. Those who were barefooted were never afraid of those who were wearing shoes. Since ancient times, the people were valiant. They were used to fighting. It was only after Su Zhao's arrival that they became more restrained. However, the competitive blood that flowed in their bones did not fade away. At this moment, there was a rare fight between a commoner and an official. Many men were cheering and making a ruckus. However, no one thought that when a man in normal clothes walked out, there was not even a single drop of rain, let alone loud thunder and small raindrops. The arrogant daughter of the Dong family was stunned, as if she had been possessed by a ghost. She hurriedly got off her horse and walked in front of the man. The people in the distance could not hear what was said. They could only see the man's cold expression. The daughter of the lieutenant of Wuxia did not become angry out of embarrassment. She still stood there uneasily. Outsiders did not know the situation here, but the friends of the daughter of the Dong family were all scared out of their wits. They all rolled off their horses as if they were walking on thin ice. The squad leader quickly sheathed his sword and led the soldiers under him to kneel in front of him. As it turned out, Dong Zhan, the daughter of the second most powerful lieutenant in Lingzhou, Dong Yueqi, recognized this man as the deputy general of Lingzhou with the surname Han. When Deputy General Han was inspecting the military camp before the new year, Dong Zhan just happened to be wandering around nearby. She glanced at him from afar and felt that this uncle was imposing. Even her father, who could cover the sky with one hand in Lingzhou, was far from being able to compare. She could only accompany him from the side. Afterwards, she heard her father carefully mention that Deputy General Han had entered Lingzhou with His Royal Highness. There was no need to pay attention to His Royal Highness, who had never appeared outside of the general's estate. As long as they did not clash with him head-on, His Royal Highness would have to leave Lingzhou with his tail between his legs sooner or later. However, Deputy General Han could not be provoked. Not only was this person the junior brother of the immortal spear Wang Xiu, whose martial arts were unparalleled, he was also the general's personal retainer. In the future, he would be an official in Lingzhou for a long time. Dong Zhan did not dare to show off in front of this legendary man who could be said to be invincible. However, from her point of view, she was in the right to cause such a big commotion. Moreover, she did not think that General Han would be so calculative with a girl of the younger generation like her. However, when Dong Zhan saw the young man in the mink hat walk to General Han's side and whisper something, to which General Han could only nod his head, Dong Zhan was instantly scared out of her wits. In such a big Lingzhou city, who could treat Han Laoshan like this? Was there even a need to guess the identity of that person? Dong Zhan was the first to wake up and kneeled heavily on the ground. When the other hedonistic sons saw this, they were so scared that they peed their pants. They all kneeled down one after another and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Han Laoshan said with a stiff tone, "All of you kneel and ask someone to bring the person with the highest authority in your family. I will give you 5 incense sticks worth of time. If no one comes, I will directly twist off your heads." Dong Zhan wanted to cry but had no tears. They all had to kneel obediently, so who was going to ask for help? The young man in the mink hat chuckled and said, "Let this group of soldiers who have worked hard for the people of Lingzhou go and pass on the message. Soldiers, hurry up and ride their horses. There are not many opportunities like this. A single horse is worth more than all of your belongings. At that time, if any one of these people dies, the skin on your body will be peeled off in anger. Not only the armor on your body, you will also lose a layer of your skin." The squad leader gathered his courage and stood up. With him taking the lead, the soldiers under him also stood up hesitantly. Su Fengyan said to the squad leader, "I have counted. You just happen to be one more person. You stay here. The rest of you go and pass on the message. That's right. Tell their elders that those who have been military officers must all wear their armor." Dong Zhan even had the thought of dying. When she lowered her head, her eyes were filled with fear and resentment. Almost half an incense stick's worth of time had passed. In the distance, on the increasingly crowded street, the crowd only saw the young man in the mink hat who should have a great background. He took off the saber at the waist of the squad leader and then quietly squatted down with the saber across his knees. Chapter 939. This caused the spectators to be greatly disappointed. In the past few years, they had gotten used to the domineering behavior of the 4 Lingzhou ruffians. According to common sense, all crows in the world were as black as one another. Shouldn't the winner of the competition of backing and family background be the one to take care of those pitiful fellows who lost? Otherwise, how could they be the playboys of Lingzhou if they were so friendly? Wang Lifting asked curiously, "What is going on? Are you trying to make an example out of the Lingzhou officials in the families of these people to lower their heads? But looking at the current situation, it doesn't look like you're really going to kill them. If you really want to wait until those officials arrive before you kill them, then you can only kill them verbally and it will be hard for them to accept it." Sun Yin said slowly, "The worst plan is to kill randomly, killing the playboys and officials to establish our might in the eyes of the people of Lingzhou. In the end, it will make the military officials and officials of Lingzhou and the officials of the Yamen work together against a common enemy. The current situation is like burning our eyebrows. The best plan is to not kill anyone and treat it as doing a favor to those families. At least they won't look too bad in the future. Both sides will be at peace for the time being, but it won't help with the situation in Lingzhou. The soldiers at the border of Yu and Liang will look down on His Royal Highness. The best plan in the current situation, there is almost no best plan to speak of." Wang Lifting smiled. "Almost," Sun Yin said calmly. "There is, but I don't think His Royal Highness can do it." Wang Lifting continued to ask, "Tell me about it." Sun Yin gave a rare smile. "If it ends up muddle-headedly and you treat me to good wine and I get drunk, I'll tell you. Anyway, in Beiliang I, Sun Yin, am destined to be neither high nor low. Since I can't live happily, then I can only drink happily." After the time it took for 4 incense sticks to burn, horses galloped over one after another. Fortunately, most of them were generals and had excellent horsemanship. There was only one civil official who had never been on the battlefield, but he was also quick-witted. He let his squire ride the horse and rode with him. He did not care about his bearing and demeanor, and hugged the squire's waist tightly. The captain of the Yu cavalry, Dong Hongqiu, was the furthest away, but he still arrived at the same time as the civil official. Of the 4 military officials who arrived before him, one was the director of the Lingzhou army, one was a general with a title, and 2 military captains with real power. They were all kneeling on the ground with their descendants. That foppish playboy who had fainted after hitting the wall was also dragged over. Lord Zhou, who was in charge of the county's documents, also ran away quickly. His body was faster than Dong Yueqi, and he fell to the ground neatly. He cried, "Humble Zhou Jianshu pays his respect to His Royal Highness. My unfilial son has disturbed His Royal Highness. I deserve to die." One must know that this Lord Zhou of the Lingzhou army was one of the people who had entered the general's residence that day. In the study room, he had received His Royal Highness's promise. Even if he did not get promoted and become rich, at least no matter how Lingzhou rose and fell, he, Zhou Jianshu, would still be able to keep his position as the 3rd highest civil official in Lingzhou. Young Master Zhou riding the white-hoofed shadow was the unfilial son that Lord Zhou had mentioned. Even Zhou Zhizhong, who had Commander Yan Wenluan as his back, had obediently knelt down. The director of the army and the military captains all felt a little better. Only Dong Yueqi remained standing. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Humble General Dong Hongqiu pays his respect to His Royal Highness." He was standing, but His Royal Highness was still squatting. Zhou Zhizhong saw this scene from the corner of his eyes. He lowered his head a little more, but the corners of his lips curled up. The entire Lingzhou officialdom knew that Dong Hongqiu was old General Zhong's trusted subordinate. Furthermore, because Dong Hongqiu had joined the army at a young age, he was a military official who had experienced the Spring and Autumn War. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the captain of Lingzhou's Yuqi. Who knew how many generals who had retired from the border were eyeing this kind of prominent position? If one did not have any true ability, even if they were lucky enough to become one, they would be kicked down. In truth, even the normal citizens who did not like Dong Zhen and Zhou Jianshu felt that it was right for Dong Yueqi to not kneel to His Royal Highness who had no achievements. His Royal Highness gripped his Beiliang blade and slowly stood up. He did not fly into a rage like Dong Hongqiu had expected. He did not even try to use his status as Beiliang's heir or Lingzhou's general to force him to kneel. Han Laozhan, who was standing respectfully behind His Royal Highness, was about to take a step forward when Su Fengyan waved his hand. Su Fengyan stood with the blade in his hand. His hands were gently placed on the hilt of the blade. He said with a slight smile, "Everyone, do not worry. This heir has not suffered much. It is not that your sons and grandsons do not want to commit sins, but that they do not have the ability. It does not matter if they are wastrels who can't do anything right or if they are parasites who only know how to enjoy their achievements. It does not have much to do with this heir. This heir has been unreasonable in Beiliang for almost 20 years. There are indeed many things that are unreasonable. In this aspect, I am just like your sons and grandsons. However, using this opportunity today, I want to tell you about a small principle that this heir knows." Dong Yueqi sneered and said, "Oh? Since His Royal Highness has the leisure to do this, I am willing to hear the details." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Actually, there is no need for this heir to say anything. Come, other than Sir Zhizhong, help the other officials take off their armor." The military officials kneeling on the ground all suddenly raised their heads. After being stunned, they could not hide their anger. Among them, the military official who was over 50 years old stood up with a dark expression. "I have risked my life for your Su family to have the glory I have today. Now all of this wealth belongs to me. I can be killed but not humiliated. Although my grandson has offended his superiors, he has not harmed you at all. Even if you are the eldest son of the great general and His Royal Highness of our Beiliang, my grandson's life is not good. He lost to you a young man who could immediately become a general of Lingzhou. If you, Su Fengyan, want to beat him, I will accept it. However, if you want to humiliate me, there is no way. I have lived for so long. I don't believe that you would dare to kill all of these people on the streets. If that is the case, then I was blind to work for your Su family in the past." After the surplus general and the two captains looked at each other, they gritted their teeth and stood up. The group of commoners, who could only see the general situation from afar, had already begun to cheer loudly. There were people who said that the men of Lingzhou were good. There were also people who whispered to each other that these officials were not good at being officials, but their temperaments were to their liking. Pei Nanwei looked at the back of that figure. She couldn't help but recall the soul-stirring scene she had witnessed all those years ago in the reed marsh outside Xiangfan City. She, who should have been rejoicing in other people's misfortune, was a bit dispirited. Su Fengyan did not use his blade. He only tilted his head slightly. Han Laozhan, who was already filled with killing intent, rushed out and kicked the unyielding Dong Yueqi forward. Han Laozhan then elbowed him in the back. Dong Hongqiu's 170 to 80 catty burly body was forcefully smashed onto the street, causing dust to fly everywhere. Dong Yueqi, who even the administrator in Lingzhou could not order around, was now lying on the ground. He struggled to get up, but Han Laozhan, who had already deliberately restrained his strength, stepped on his back. He had completely become a dead dog covered in dust. All of the commoners were terrified. Zhou Jianshu's throat moved as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Dong Jin and Zhou Jianshu's group were so shocked that their faces lost all color. Even the old soldier of Lingzhou, who had not heard the horn of the battlefield for a long time and had not seen the smoke of the battlefield for a long time, began to tremble. Su Fengyan raised his Beiliang blade and pointed at the corporal whose legs were trembling. "Go! Take off all of Sir Dong's clothes. Take it off one after the other." Su Fengyan gloomily added, "I'm rarely reasonable. Don't be ungrateful when you're enjoying it." Dong Yueqi let out a tragic roar. After he was not stopped by Han Laozhan, he staggered up. "I, Yueqi Field Officer Dong Hongqiu, will take off my armor today. From today onwards, I am no longer a soldier of Beiliang." The soldier's eyes were also red. His voice was hoarse as he laughed. "Go to your mother. What kind of Lingzhou official is this? Huang Zhong will also take off his armor." Thus, other than the civil official Zhou Jianshu, everyone else took off their arms in the middle of winter. It was both comical and tragic. Back then, for General Su Xiao, he put on his armor and fought to the death. Now, because of His Royal Highness, he took off his armor. The commoners did not know who was the leader, but they became more and more furious. If it was not for the normal soldiers blocking their path, they would have charged forward like a swarm of bees. That damned His Royal Highness just stood there coldly and did not move at all. Wang Lifting, who was mixed in the crowd, turned his head and asked with trembling lips, "Sun Yin, what should we do?" Sun Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at that person of the same age without saying a word. Dong Zhun threw away her horse whip and stood beside her father. She covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Sir Zhizhong was also forcefully helped up by his unfilial son. Su Fengyan's eyes were cold as he said calmly, "Dong Hongqiu, currently a grade 4 cavalry captain in Lingzhou. 26 years ago, he joined Su Zhao's army and followed Chu Lushan to open Shu. He was the first to reach the top of Chunshan Pass. In this battle, he was stabbed 4 times. Huang Zhong, currently a grade 4 military officer in Lingzhou. During the Battle of Xiangfan City, he was a death warrior of the vanguard camp. He climbed the city wall 6 times and was injured 6 times until he could no longer fight. Of the 800 death warriors of the vanguard camp, only 19 survived after the battle. Hong Yuan, together with his brothers Honghe and Hongshan, were the first crossbowmen in Liangzhou. Together, they cut off 21 heads of Beimang scouts. His brothers died one after another. Hong Yuan was heavily injured and could not even hold a teacup in his right hand. He had no choice but to retreat from the border. Su Shao personally gave him the title of General Weiyuan and promised that his eldest son could become an official when he was 20 years old. His Royal Highness did not even look at the other 2 fellows who relied on their father's contributions or silver to become captains. His Royal Highness held the Beiliang knife and turned to leave. He only left behind one sentence. "Those who stand beside these 3, go and count the scars on your ancestors and fathers." Chapter 940. Although the west side of Lingzhou was not as wealthy as the north side, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Most of the officials lived here. The inside story of the disturbance quickly spread throughout the taverns. Wang Lifting and Sun Yin chose a restaurant that specialized in Jianan spring stew. They sat on the 2nd floor near the railing and ordered the famous Camel's Peak stew that shook Beiliang. The clamor downstairs could not be separated from the farce on Wenquan Street. At first, they were cursing His Royal Highness's unscrupulous actions and humiliating Dong Yueqi, Huang Bing, Chao Chao, and the valiant bravery General Hong Yuan. Not only did he use his status as Lingzhou's general to force them to kneel, he also wanted them to bare their upper bodies. This made the 3 so angry that they did not hesitate to take off their armors to express their intentions. They were determined to leave Beiliang and no longer work for the Su family. Afterwards, a few sharp-sighted officials joined in and found out that the matter was not so simple. It turned out that the young masters of the Dong and Zhou families rode their horses on the street to pick a fight with His Royal Highness first. They even mobilized soldiers to encircle this Lingzhou general. This made the outsiders who were cursing Su Fengyan for being a good-for-nothing restrain themselves. They still muttered that it was just a dog-eat-dog situation and that none of them were good people. Afterwards, more and more officials who knew the inside story revealed the truth. Endless rumors flowed into the various manors and restaurants of Lingzhou. Only then did the truth come to light. As a result, for the first time ever, Lingzhou, with its strong folk customs, became silent. The group of people who were the first to curse His Royal Highness the most fiercely were stunned with a guilty conscience. Wang Lifting saw and heard this and felt relieved. He put down his chopsticks and saw that Sun Yin was still unmoved. He picked up some fragrant Camel's Peak meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Wang Lifting asked with a smile, "This is your best plan? At the time, I didn't know what your highness said. Without drawing a knife or killing anyone, you were actually able to make Dong Yueqi kneel in front of your highness back. I thought you were using the king of Beiliang and the lives of the entire clan to force Dong Yueqi to lower his head. 2 old men who have been through hundreds of battles. One hugged his armor and cried while the other began to beat his grandson on the street. Interesting." Sun Yin shook his head and said, "It's true that I had a plan, but your highness gave me the plan. In this way, not only would Dong Hongqiu and the others be convinced, but they would also not naively kowtow to the crown prince. At the very least, these few people would continue to be grateful to the second generation of the Su family for not forgetting their meritorious service. This would make the straightforward military officials feel more at ease than any verbal promise. They would be able to temporarily behave themselves in their respective circles and be willing to tactfully take a step back for His Highness the Crown Prince out of gratitude. However, the most important thing was that a crack appeared in the tight circle of Lingzhou's military officials. The military officials who had personally fought on the battlefield and the children of generals who had become officials because of their father's contributions would inevitably begin to size each other up. They would no longer be as close as before. As for the Su officials and Yamen who were the most familiar with changing the rudder, seeing that the upper echelons appeared united but were divided at heart, they would naturally do their work obediently. No one was stupid. The Lingzhou general could even subdue Dong Yueqi, who was supported by General Zhong Hangu. So wouldn't it be easy for him to take care of them, this group of low-class shrimp soldiers and crab generals? The more His Royal Highness held the imperial sword in his hand, the higher he raised it but did not land on anyone, the more it would make people feel fear. Right now, His Highness still did not use the might of the King of Beiliang to chop down Dong Yueqi's yellow soldiers. Instead, he was thinking about their old friendship and using reason. However, His Royal Highness was a vicious person who even dared to make a move on Zhong Hangu. In the past, no one praised him for his shrewdness. Everyone knew that the Lingzhou general was not a kind person with a bodhisattva's heart. Everyone guessed that there would be a bloody disaster in Lingzhou sooner or later. There would definitely be blood. Pushing down layer by layer, the administrator who lived in seclusion did not move. Zhou Jianshu, who had been kneeling the entire time, did not move. Right now, even the arrogant military officer behind Dong Yueqi did not move. Lu Ting, who do you think will be next? Wang Lifting smiled knowingly. It can only be that group of Su officials who did not have a good year in Lingzhou's officialdom. Although you and I know that His Highness will not go as far as to glare at them, they do not know. They will only feel that a knife has fallen on their head. It will not fall, and it will make them wish they were dead. Sun Yin nodded his head with a lonely expression. Wang Lifting asked softly, His Highness has such a mind and you are still not willing to become an official? Sun Yin retorted, What kind of official? A county magistrate in charge of politics? An assistant to the governor of Lingzhou's 7 counties? Or an assistant to the governor's manor? Without waiting for Wang Lifting to persuade him, Sun Yin laughed coldly. I can't even do it well. It is important to know oneself. Only by knowing oneself can one understand others. I, Sun Yin, have high standards but low abilities. After becoming a county magistrate, I have no one to rely on, and I am not willing to spend my time on dealing with those arrogant Su officials. If they want to take care of me, it will be easy. Even if His Highness is my backer, these stubborn people have many hidden methods to cut my flesh with a soft knife. No matter what I do, my hands and feet are tied. There is no one around me that I can use, and I cannot pass down any policies. In the end, it will cause the economy of my jurisdiction to wither and the people to have no way of making a living. Forget about the all-people's umbrella. When I leave my post and get promoted, I am afraid I will be criticized by the people in the county every day. Could it be that when I, Sun Yin, become a county magistrate, I have to ask His Royal Highness to give me a large group of capable Su officials? As for assisting the governor and serving the provincial governor, Sun Yin's ability wasn't much better than his. Perhaps His Highness is a wise ruler who is sentimental and worthy of you, Wang Lifting, submitting to him, worthy of Dong Yueqi and the others to change their impression of him, worthy of the 300,000 steel cavalry at the border to die for him. But to Sun Yin, it is useless. Wang Lifting was slightly dejected. This was like the love between a man and a woman. There was a woman who was clearly very good, but he just did not like her. The two of them left the restaurant that was still bustling with noise and excitement. Compared to the past in Lingzhou City, it was obvious that there were many more elegant scholars who spoke with foreign accents. Wang Lifting's heart was heavy as he walked into a secluded alley. Sun Yin did not like extravagance, so Wang Lifting found him a clean house that was hidden in this alley. The somewhat tipsy Sun Yin said self-mockingly, Sun Yin's skills of learning and writing are unconventional, surpassing the ancients. It is a pity that the dragon-slaying skills that people ridiculed in the ancient books are indeed useless in Beiliang. Lufting, you don't have to persuade me anymore. If you reject His Highness' invitation and become a private tutor in Zijin's Wang family, His Highness will be indebted to you and see you in a new light. Just treat it as Sun Yin's debt to Zijin for all these years. Wang Lufting gritted his teeth and said, Sun Yin, with your talent and knowledge, how can you be a private tutor for the rest of your life? In the history books, it is natural that Wang Lufting is missing, but it is absolutely impossible that you, Sun Yin, are missing. Wait until I finish weaving gold thread. I will send you there even if I have to die. Without waiting for Wang Lufting to finish, Sun Yin angrily said, Shut up! This residential area was crisscrossed with alleys. But at night, it was deserted and quiet. A cough from a dark corner was particularly ear-piercing. Wang Lufting felt as if he was struck by lightning and his face turned pale. Sun Yin sighed. They stopped in their tracks and saw a young master wearing a mink felt hat walk out of the shadows and greet them with a smile. Wang Lufting slowly knelt down and shut his mouth. He had just obtained riches and honor and was about to be toppled again. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Su Fengyan smiled and said, If you, Wang Lufting, didn't have such feelings and only knew how to curry favor in the bureaucracy, you would be the next Yen Jieshi Jean Lanting. I really wouldn't feel at ease putting you in such an important position in the Weaving Bureau. Get up. Chapter 941. Sun Yin helped Wang Lufting up and said calmly, Sun Yin, His Highness is speaking from the bottom of his heart. In the future, don't worry about your golden thread weaving. Don't feel guilty towards me. Now that things have come to this, Sun Yin will also speak from the bottom of his heart. After meeting His Highness, my life has already been thrown on the chopping block. I might not be able to keep it. If nothing goes wrong, I will most likely die quietly. Only with Sun Yin's death can you, Wang Lufting, Beiliang, and the imperial court have an explanation. Back then, when you kidnapped me to Lingzhou and asked me why it was like I was going to die so generously, this is the reason. Su Fengyan looked at Sun Yin. I can give my dragon-slaying skills a chance to be used, but I can't guarantee that it will be 10 or 20 years, or that it won't be successful in the end. However, for you, Sun Yin, at least there is a glimmer of hope. Do you want to make a big deal with me? Unlike Wang Lufting, who looked like he had lost his parents, Sun Yin remained calm and said with a smile, If it was before today, Sun Yin wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, at this time and place, I am willing to listen to His Highness' opinion. If Sun Yin feels that there is profit to be made, then this deal is done. In any case, Sun Yin only has one life. He has a stomach full of knowledge that is inappropriate for the times, so he won't lose much. Su Fengyan, who appeared alone, turned around and left. Sun Yin slowly followed. Wang Lufting, whose limbs were weak, could only lean against the wall and gasp for breath. Wang Lufting, who stood in the same place, originally thought that Sun Yin's life and death were uncertain. The best scenario would be him coming back alive. He didn't expect Sun Yin to return with a smile in just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Sun Yin held the young master of the Wang family of Zijin's hand and said with a smile, Lufting, this is the last time we will see each other in this life. Wang Lufting said in surprise, His Highness still wants you to die? Sun Yin shook his head and smiled. Bad plan. Wang Lufting heaved a sigh of relief. Could it be that he wants you to be his trusted aide? In the future, I'll give advice and suggestions to His Highness? Sun Yin still shook his head. Medium strategy. Wang Lufting, who had already tasted the bitterness of speaking too much, had an uncertain expression on his face. Sun Yin, who knew what he was thinking, still laughed and said, It's still the best plan. Her Highness once again gave Sun Yin a pleasant surprise. Lu Ting, don't think too much about it. You won't be able to figure it out even if you break your head. If not for this, how could you deceive Zhang Julu, these old foxes? Wang Lufting gripped Sun Yin with all his strength and said with a laugh, I'm not going to make a fuss over nothing, as long as you're living well. Wang Lufting will be waiting quietly in Beiliang for you to go to the capital and win 3 prizes in a row. At that time, who in the world won't know you? Sun Yin said in a low voice. Earlier, I was watching the fire burning across the river and had nothing to do. In my mind, I have a set of 6 strategies to deal with the situation in Beiliang. Come, let's go back to our residence. Sun Yin will write it out for you. With this, you'll have the right to be a golden thread weaver. After that, there are also some rough drafts regarding the trend of the imperial court. I'll write them all for you. When the time comes, you can polish them a little. In the future, you might be able to become the provincial governor of Lingzhou. Tomorrow, I'll be returning to Huangnam County. You have to stay in the provincial capital. Tonight, the 2 of us will have a long talk. How about it? Wang Lifting said with a laugh. I'm used to sharing a bed with my wife. If I fall asleep, be careful that I don't touch you. Sun Yin laughed loudly. Wang Lifting had never seen Sun Yin laugh so happily before. In another small alley, Su Fengyan and Su Beiji walked side by side. Pei Nanwei followed behind them. Su Beiji said slowly, according to the information from the spies around the 2 of them, Sun Yin learned the rare dragon slaying technique and not the dragon riding technique. My grandfather had this idea before and told me about it in bits and pieces. However, he didn't dare to write it down. Are you really willing to let him go to the capital to be a chess piece that he might not be able to use for the rest of his life? Su Fengyan said with a smile. The Liang imperial court started with Tang Tusu, the great scholar of the Hall of Illustrious Persons, to the old Grand Secretary Liu Yongho, and then to the current Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. No matter how the methods of governing the imperial court changed, regardless of whether it was the Liu faction or the Zhang faction, the core and will hidden in the depths were actually of the same origin. For example, in the past, the Han family in Jizhou and the number 1 person in the cabinet, Liu Yongho, were entangled in gratitude and grudges. The old Grand Secretary couldn't take down the Han family. After the mantle was passed on to Zhang Julu, he took the opportunity to borrow the emperor's knife to kill people, implicating 9 generations of the Han family. In the struggle between factions in the imperial court, the most important thing is inheritance. It's not much different from the virtues of aristocratic families. On the surface, the current Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, is the number 1 disciple of Zhang Julu. However, my Shifu said that Wang Xionggui's vision is not big, far inferior to Zhang Julu's. The Emperor and Yuan Benshi are probably happy to let Wang Xiongui take over the Zhang faction, but they definitely won't let him become the Grand Secretary. Zhang Julu and Huan Wen are also clear on this point. With Zhang Julu's personality, he's not afraid of being punished after his death. Even if his entire family is executed, he won't be soft-hearted. The Emperor's scheming is to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Zhang Julu is afraid that when the time comes, his ruling strategy will be changed by the imperial court. In the beginning, my Shifu allowed Jean Lanting to go to the capital because he knew that this person was not capable of taking on such a big responsibility. He also had the thought of plotting against Zhang Julu. However, now that Yao Baifeng publicly reprimanded Zhang Julu in the Imperial College, I reckon that Zhang Julu is also somewhat vigilant. Perhaps he's already prepared to replace Wang Xiongui, who will be at the helm of the Zhang faction in the future. Sun Yin's departure this time is just right. Of course, Sun Yin's usefulness is far from being that simple. Right now, what Beiliang needs to do is to make Sun Yin's journey to the capital very difficult and bumpy. This is an enormous secret. I plan to bypass Wutangen and let Chu Lushan personally handle it. Su Beiji smiled and said, Are you afraid that Wutangen doesn't have enough experience? Or are you afraid that Second Princess will be too mentally and physically exhausted? Or is it because the peregrine falcon that hit Chu Lushan with a stick last year will reward him with a date to eat during the new year? Su Beiji suddenly saw that Su Fengyan's expression was cold. Su Beiji's thoughts were very sharp. He was shocked and no longer joked. Su Beiji lamented in his heart. It wasn't easy to deliberately add oil to the fire of the imperial court. Beiliang's own family also couldn't escape one disaster after another. Su Fengyan suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Being His Royal Highness and Lingzhou's general is already so tiring. Tell me, if he were to be the emperor of the world, how much effort would he have to put in? Su Beiji smiled and said, An emperor who knows how to use people is actually not as tiring as you think. Su Fengyan twirled the copper coin between his fingers and dismissed it with a smile. Han Laozhan almost couldn't take it anymore. He reported softly, "Your Highness, we've received news that a pair of master and servant with unknown backgrounds entered the country from Lingzhou's Hanxi County. They declared that they would meet Your Highness, who brought the head of the 5th Raccoon back to Liangzhou. Hanxi County sent out 2 groups of more than 400 soldiers, but they couldn't stop them. Your Highness, this is the portrait of that pair of master and servant." Su Fengyan was confused. He took the 2 pieces of paper with the portrait. On the paper were detailed words and deeds. After he finished reading, he passed them to Su Beiji and smiled. "This brother is very arrogant. In the middle of winter, he's holding a fan of peach blossoms and beauties. He said that he's going to draw all the rouge on the 20 women on both sides of the book. He's really romantic. Juzi, take a look. His looks are also the kind that can make female heroes fall in love. He's even better than you. Are you jealous?" Su Beiji was puzzled and asked, "When did such a person appear in Jianghu? What realm is he at?" Su Fengyan said casually, "He dares to strut around Beiliang so openly. Furthermore, he's pointing his spear at me, Su Fengyan. If he's not at the 1st rank, isn't he courting death? Since he mentioned the 5th Raccoon, his tone is extremely arrogant. I reckon that he's referring to the mystic realm." Han Laozhan asked softly, "Your Highness, Su Yambing isn't in Lingzhou. What if I leave the provincial capital to intercept this person?" Su Fengyan smiled coldly and said, "You don't have to go. Just see if he has the ability to come to the provincial capital. Once he's here, then see if he has the ability to leave alive." Chapter 942. The banquet ended happily and the officials stood up to leave. Su Fengyan and the newly appointed provincial governor did not move, so the Lingzhou governor, Song Yan, had no choice but to take up the responsibility of sending off the guests. When he walked around the magnificent screen wall and returned to the main hall of the official residence, he saw His Royal Highness and the provincial governor walking over together. Song Yan quickly went up to greet him. Su Fengyan said with a gentle smile, "Song Biejia will probably have to stay here for half a day. Your official residence still needs some time and manpower. Go buy things and clean it up. If it was someone else, it would be fine, but Song Biejia is an important guest that I have invited to the provincial capital. I cannot neglect him at all. I hope that official Song can be more tolerant." Song Yan said in fear and trepidation, "Your Highness is thinking too much. This lowly official is not boasting, but it is true that I do not care about these worldly possessions. Your Highness really does not need to worry about the residence. This lowly official is not a clean official. Over the years, I have also accumulated a substantial amount of wealth. Even if every inch of land in Lingzhou City is expensive, I can still afford to buy a residence that I like. I can take this opportunity to spend all the money that I have embezzled. In the future, if this lowly official dares to extort the people's wealth in Lingzhou, I will have to trouble Your Highness to send people to confiscate the residence. Just treat it as contributing to Lingzhou's tax collection." Su Fengyan said with a smile, "I cannot say this to others. I can be honest with you, Song Yan. If other officials are corrupt and take bribes, as long as they are caught by me, even if I don't take off their official status and punish them, I will make them spit out whatever they have taken. However, you, Song Yan, can be lenient. As long as you have contributed to Lingzhou, it is not a big deal to take the money and put it in your personal pocket. I'm not the kind of person who can't tolerate sand in my eyes. I'll leave these words here today. In the future, if Su Beiji dares to use this to threaten you, you can complain to me. This prince will definitely support you. Also, the reason why I bought you a mansion is not to buy your heart. I am not that free and you will not be bought by me so easily. It is just that I have no choice. You should know the reason behind the 2 disasters in Huangnam County, Qing Rongguan and Liantang. If you get close to me, the general of Lingzhou, you will have a high position and a good salary, but there will also be many hidden dangers. So, remember to remind Miss Song that you can go out of the city in the future, but it is best not to be too secretive. I am afraid that the Peregrine Eagle Guard in Lingzhou City will not be able to stop some disasters if they are careless. Of course, generally speaking, Lingzhou City is already very clean. I'm just afraid of what might happen because for many things, as long as there's a what if, then everything will be gone. Song Yen clasped his hands and bowed. His tone was solemn and emotional as he said, "Since your highness loves the Song family so much, I will definitely do my best to assist the provincial governor to help your highness solve your problems and bring benefits to the people of Lingzhou." Su Fengyan nodded his head. When Song Yen raised his head, he asked with a smile, "Miss Song went to meet with her friends next door?" Song Yen was in his own territory, Huangnam County, and could still put on some airs in front of his royal highness. At this moment, he did not have any arrogance and replied respectfully, "Your highness is wise." Su Fengyan had a helpless expression as he joked, Song B, you have only been in Lingzhou City for a few hours and you are already willing to be my servant. Can't you have a bit of the demeanor of a famous scholar?" Song Yen had a natural expression as he smiled leisurely. "If there is a day when provincial governor is promoted again, when I successfully take over, I will definitely have to bow and bend my knees a little more." Su Fengyan gave a gratified smile. "That's right. This is the Lingzhou B that I want." Su Beiji also cupped his fists and said, "In the future, I will have to trouble Song B." Song Yen quickly returned the greeting. "Of course." After saying their goodbyes, Su Fengyan and Su Beiji continued to stroll around the residence. Su Fengyan said softly, "Right now, the Lingzhou officials are looking at you, Su Juzi, just like how they looked at me, the Lingzhou general. Maybe you are even more pitiful. After all, I am the legitimate Beiliang, His Royal Highness. On the other hand, you are an untrustworthy northern barbarian. If it was not for this, I would not have helped you find so many people. Persimmon, Juzi, we are in the same boat. Luckily, I can leave immediately. If you find it difficult to move forward in Lingzhou, I won't care about you." Su Beiji suddenly said, "Actually, you can just put Sun Yin in the position of provincial governor of Lingzhou." Su Fengyan shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about first come first serve. Just based on our relationship, there is no reason for him to take your position. If you do not take the position of provincial governor of Lingzhou, it is even more impossible for you to take the position of provincial governor of Beiliang. In the future, how can you become the second provincial governor of Beiliang in the fastest speed? Sun Yin's current future is a win-win situation for both of us." Su Beiji said softly, "Have you heard of a saying?" Su Fengyan nodded doubtfully. Su Beiji sighed and said, "The ancients said that extreme wisdom will be hurt. Deep love will not live long. In the end, you have both of them." Su Fengyan casually put his arm around Su Beiji's shoulder and laughed heartily. "The ancients also said that good people do not live long. Scourges live for thousands of years. What are you afraid of?" Su Beiji smiled. Su Fengyan was surprised and said, "Juzi, this is the first time you have praised me. No, I have to go to the firecrackers to celebrate." Su Beiji broke free from Su Fengyan's arm and said angrily, "Get lost." His Highness really did run away like a wisp of smoke. After Su Fengyan met Li Gongda on the night of the 4th day of the 1st month, he never went to the study again. He did not allow anyone to enter either. Even Huyen Guanin, who looked at the impatiens outside the window every day, was not an exception. In front of Su Beiji, Su Fengyan walked out of the study alone. With a serious expression, he pushed open the door. That secret letter was placed on the table, unopened. Su Fengyan's face twisted with pain and malevolence, but then he forcefully smoothed it out. He moved over a chair and sat down, facing the letter. His Royal Highness remained silent. He had agreed with Li Shifeng that he would originally enter the city on the 3rd day of the 1st month. But in the end, it was delayed until the 4th. He wanted Li Gongda to see the secret letter personally written by the imperial court's Zhang Julu. He wanted Li Gongda to feel his conscience and choose to stay in Beiliang after a day of hesitation between the imperial court and Beiliang. Later on, Su Fengyan soft-heartedly said 3 secret letters, one each for Su Xiao, Chu Lushan, and Huang Fucheng. He added the extra word 3, so that Li Gongda, who had secretly hidden a secret letter from Grand Secretary Zhang, could rein in himself before the precipice. However, this Uncle Li, who Beiliang had never treated unfairly, still didn't change his mind. Just like that, He walked out of the general's mansion's main entrance. As for why Li Gongda drew legs on a snake, saying that Li Hanlin had been lured to Bailiang's southern court, creating unexpected complications, Su Fangyan was at first a bit bewildered and confused. However, soon afterwards, the secret letter from the spy at the border explained everything. He, Su Fangyan, schemed against the imperial court, schemed against Zhao Go, schemed against Zhang Julu, Huan, but when had the other party ever been soft-hearted, pushing the boat with the current? Instead, he caught Bailiang unprepared. Even many of the southern court's great spies from Liang surfaced, one of them even becoming a military officer in charge of 3,000 soldiers in the southern court, all for the sake of successfully bringing Li Hanlin to the capital. If not for Su Yanbing urgently rushing to Yuzhou to support Huang Fuchang, Su Fengyan might really have picked up a rock and smashed it on his own foot. Su Fengyan stared blankly at the dust-covered secret letter. Was Bailiang so unpopular? Su Fengyan abruptly stood up, his chair instantly breaking into pieces. He said angrily, "Li Gongda, are you so greedy?" Han Laozhan, who had heard the commotion, was just about to barge into the study, but he immediately stopped when he heard this question. Su Fengyan laughed darkly in a low voice. "Who doesn't want to be the emperor? Who doesn't want to be the emperor? Who doesn't want to be a rank 1 official, second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people? If not for you, Su Fengyan, seeking trouble for yourself, even if Li Gongda wanted to rebel against Bailiang, he would have to wait until Su Shao was dead before the golden thread weaver Li Shifeng dared to make a move." Su Fengyan took a step forward, clutching the secret letter tightly. It was crumpled in his hands. All of a sudden, Su Fengyan's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The seals of the 2 secret letters were different in weight. This one was clearly the so-called true secret letter. Li Gongda should have handed over the secret letter with the light seal. Su Fengyan rushed out of the study, left the corridor, and rushed toward the administrator's residence. He directly jumped over the towering wall between the 2 large residences. He landed lightly in the Li residence's garden. When they saw the 2 figures in the air, the 2 women were scared out of their wits. Su Fengyan calmly asked, "Where is Uncle Li?" Of the 2 women, Li Fuzhen opened her mouth wide and did not come back to her senses. On the other hand, Song Huangmei, who had been practicing martial arts since she was young, had a look of longing and reverence on her face. She swallowed her saliva and said with a smile, "Your Highness, Sister Li and I just drank a pot of spring spirit tea with the administrator. He said he was going to the study to read." Su Fengyan smiled and nodded. Then he left in a flash. After Song Huangmei recovered from her shock, she jumped up and grabbed onto Li Fuzhen's sleeves, saying excitedly, Look, Sister Fuzhen. I told you His Royal Highness is a top expert filled with killing intent. He must have killed many people. But you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, right? With His Highness's mysterious movement technique, one wouldn't be able to use it without being at Master Realm. I think that the rumor that His Royal Highness personally killed the 5th raccoon of the Bing-carrying mountain is true. Before I get chased out of the general's residence, I have to go and learn from His Highness. Even if I have to serve him tea, I am willing to do so. Compared to Song Huangmei's excitement, Li Fuzhen lowered her eyes and was dejected. Chapter 943. Hearing the knock on the door, the administrator, who had been flipping through a book from the previous dynasty, raised his head and gently put down the book. He straightened his clothes and said calmly, "Come in." The familiar figure pushed open the door and entered. He said to Li Gongda, "The general of Lingzhou greets the administrator." Li Gongda's expression was complicated. This second-level official, who was known for his skill in flattery, rose and said in a low voice, "His Royal Highness came at the right time, but he came later than Li Gongda expected. The reason he said this is because the matter of the 2 secret letters was indeed secretly planned by His Highness. Bailiang needs this kind of king of Bailiang, so he said, he came at the right time. He came late because he was dissatisfied with His Highness' soft-heartedness." After Li Gongda handed over a secret letter, he didn't immediately turn hostile and didn't immediately open the letter. He knew that the secret letter was the real one. This means that His Highness has been hesitant these days. Even if he mistakenly believes that Li Gongda has decided to join the court, he still doesn't want to kill him. His Royal Highness like this is more than enough to be the general of Lingzhou or the provincial governor of Lingzhou. If he is merciful, how will he command the 300,000 Beiliang cavalry that are the best in the world? Su Fengnian didn't refute this. Li Gongda smiled and brought out 2 chairs. The 2 of them sat across from each other. The administrator, who was very different from usual, looked at this young face that was becoming more and more angular. He sighed softly and said, "His Highness, you might ask why Li Gongda did this. Since he clearly didn't join the court and wasn't tempted by Zhang Julu, why did he deliberately hide a fake letter? It's very simple. His Highness carefully planned this time and almost passed off the fake as the real one. He wanted to test Li Gongda, the head of the civil officials in Beiliang. Li Gongda also wanted to know whether it was wise for him to stay in Beiliang. Your Highness." At this point, Li Gongda stopped talking. Unlike the previous time in the study, this time, tears flowed from the bottom of his heart. Li Gongda did not wipe them away and slowly said, "Your Highness has come late, which means that your Highness is not an ambitious and ruthless person who would kill anyone for your own achievements." Li Gongda felt regret in his heart, but he was even more grateful. I had entrusted Hanlin to such a king of Beiliang. Even if he really died on the battlefield one day, Li Gongda would grit his teeth and not have half a word of complaint. Li Gongda had been an official for 30 years, but he had never seen anyone who was truly heartless. In the end, they did not suffer from evil retribution. Even if they were honored before their death, it would be a disaster for their descendants. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. His Highness's methods were sinister, but he did not lose his kindness and mellow heart. He was exactly the same as the general. This was the new King Liang that Li Gongda truly wanted. To be honest, your Highness might not believe it. It was not that Li Gongda was cunning and saw through your Highness's plan at a glance. It was because Li Gongda believed that the general's son would not treat the Li family unfairly and would not let Hanlin down. That was why he never thought of going to the court to be some bullshit first-rank official. If I went to the capital, Hanlin would break off all relations with me and my son, and would not recognize me as a father for the rest of my life. His schemes were all for the good of his descendants. His son was gone, and Li Gongda was already in his 50s. He had become a powerful official in the court. He would be in his coffin in a few years. What was the use of a posthumous title? Besides, how could being an official in the unfamiliar capital compare to being the administrator of Beiliang? Li Gongda had spent his entire life pondering the path of an official and studying the art of climbing up the ranks. As the old saying goes, ginger is destined to be spicier with age. I will not make such a big mistake at this age. Your Highness, don't worry. Li Gongda will never mention the secret letter to Hanlin. Your Highness has a clear conscience towards Northern Liang regarding this matter, and you shouldn't create a rift with Han Lin over this matter. Just treat it as Li Gongda's sincere request to your Highness to prevent Han Lin from going down a dead end. Your Highness, when the time comes, Han Lin can only die at the border. If your Highness has a guilty conscience towards Hanlin alone, Li Gongda also asks your Highness to consider Hanlin and not speak of this matter. Li Gongda, who had never knelt before Su Fengnian, slowly knelt down and said in a low voice, "If your Highness does not agree, Li Gongda will resign as the administrator." Su Fengnian handed the secret letter to the administrator and said calmly, "Uncle Li, Su Fengnian promises you one thing. If I have the chance to tell my descendants my last words in the future, I promise that as long as the Su family is prosperous, regardless of whether the descendants of the Li family are loyal to the Su family, even if they commit treason, I will ensure the safety of the Li family. The Su family will not kill anyone." Li Gongda's body trembled. He lowered his head and said with a choked voice, "This old official thanks your Highness for your kindness." At the door, Li Fuzhen saw the scene of his father kneeling and screamed, "Su Fengnian, what are you doing?" Li Gongda, who was being helped up by his Royal Highness, shouted, "Zhener, don't be rude." Su Fengnian smiled, "Uncle Li, I want to apologize to you. From today onwards, Su Beiji will be the provincial governor of Lingzhou." Li Gongda wiped his face and chuckled. This is not a big deal. It's not worth your highness to tell me personally. Also, Hanlin has safely returned to Yuzhou. Su Fengyan said this in a low voice and left, brushing past Li Fujian. Li Gongda, who was overjoyed, carefully hid the secret letter and stared at his daughter. You don't know the severity of the matter, Li Fujian said angrily. Father, you are the administrator of Beiliang. You kneeled to Uncle Su and flattered him. When did I say anything? But Su Fengyan is just a general of Lingzhou. He is not even the hereditary king of Beiliang and he wants you to kneel. What right does he have? He calls you Uncle Li and it sounds nice. But when has he ever treated you as an elder? Li Gongda narrowed his eyes and stared at his daughter. He smiled. What right does he have? Just because His Royal Highness is stirring up trouble in Lingzhou. He has already made me, the administrator, unable to make ends meet and flustered. Just because he dared to take down Zhong Hanguo in the Beiliang army and not pick on a soft persimmon to become a laughingstock. Just because he has lived until today. Li Gongda saw that his daughter's face was covered in tears and his heart ached. He lowered his voice and walked in front of her to help her wipe her tears. Li Fujian turned her head to avoid him. The administrator sighed. How could I not know? He never treated me as an elder in the past. Besides, I also never treated him as His Royal Highness. However, it will be different in the future. Don't be angry with your father. The stupidest thing a woman can do in the world is to be angry. Li Gongda seemed to feel that his words were too harsh and laughed softly. Zhener, today is a double blessing for the Li family. It is even happier than when I became the administrator. Want to have a drink with me? Li Fujian was silent. The old fox Li Gongda said casually, I recently found out about the details of His Highness going to Beimang. Sai, it is a pity that Child Hanlin is not here. I have no one to talk to. Zhener, why don't you listen to me? Otherwise, it would be boring for me to drink alone. Li Fujian made a sound of acknowledgement. Sir Zhou returned home. When he got off the carriage, his face was still glowing. Zhou Jianshu's son, whose white-hoofed shadow had been slapped to death by His Royal Highness, Zhou Kongwen, was afraid that something bad had happened to his father in the general's manor. He waited at the door for an hour. When he saw his father's happy face, his heart that was in his throat finally relaxed. He was about to ask when Zhou Jianshu smiled and said, Let's go back to the manor and talk. After the father and son sat down, they waved their hands to disperse a few beautiful servants who were good at serving them. Zhou Jianshu tugged at the collar of his official robe. Zhou Kongwen hurriedly asked, Father, what did that person say after entering the manor? Will our Zhou family be hated? Chapter 944. Zhou Jianshu frowned, but since it was just the two of them talking in secret, he was too lazy to argue with his son about how His Royal Highness was addressed. He said slowly, Why are you so impatient? What did I tell you in the past? Only by smiling and talking calmly can you achieve big things and become an official. I won't keep you in suspense. The Lingzhou General's manor has no intention of pursuing the matter of Wenquan Street. His Highness has a big plan and doesn't have the time to fight with these soldiers who don't know what's good for them. During the banquet, His Highness pushed out Huangnam County's Song Yan and Longqing County's Su Beiji to become the Lingzhou Provincial Governor and Lingzhou Provincial Governor. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Let me test you. Tell me what is good and bad about it? Zhou Kongwen, who was not unfamiliar with the conflicts in the officialdom, began to think carefully. After a long silence, he said, The good thing is that Father is one of the first officials to enter the general's official residence. The new provincial governor and His Excellency are not looking at the monk's face, but at the Buddha's face. If they want to take control of Father's position in Lingzhou, they have to consider His Highness' eyes. The bad thing was that His Highness did not settle the score with Dong Yueqi and that group of old men. Then, their positions were temporarily stable. The connections that Father had built up in the Lingzhou military, according to Father's instructions, most of the captains had been hiding like turtles. It seemed like they did not have a chance to take advantage of the situation to rise up. I'm afraid that I will have to make up for it to appease them. At the very least, it will be a few hundred to 1,000 taels of silver. We have received quite a lot of gifts this new year, but we have already given out 70 to 80% of it. With that, our family has no income at all. Ever since I became an official, this is the first time that I haven't earned any money. Zhou Jianshu twirled his beard and smiled. Not bad, not bad. I have never cared about money. As long as I continue to be an official, I will get what I need. A lot of idiots, even if their family background isn't thin, once they see shining silver, it's like a hungry man seeing a beautiful woman. If they eat too badly, it's tantamount to neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. They won't go far in the officialdom. Zhou Kongwen mocked angrily. That Dong Yueqi and the other two are really funny. That person just said one sentence and one knelt, one cried, and one was beaten. This bunch of uneducated general seeds don't think they are embarrassing. However, at least they know how to act according to the wind, but they are too stiff. They are not as simple as you are, father. Lord Zhou, who was flattered by his son, smiled even more brightly. The corner of his mouth curled up. These people rely on the military merits they have accumulated to be arrogant. Don't look at how I am friendly with them in the past. In fact, I don't think I have any respect for them. Let's not talk about others. Just that military officer, Huang Zhong, until today I only know the 10 words in his name. Can this old man manage Lingzhou's political affairs well? He has 4 sons and a bunch of grandsons, but none of them are promising. They bully men and women and do all kinds of evil. Most importantly, it is fine if they do bad things, but they do it so openly. Aren't they stretching their necks and begging the Su family to chop off their heads? Luckily, His Highness still remembers their old relationship and is too lazy to bother about it. If it was any other master, they would have already chopped off their heads and made them into candied haws to show their might. Zhou Kongwen sneered. This Lingzhou general is too soft-hearted. If it was me, I would have already killed the chicken to warn the monkey in Lingzhou. I would have killed a few hundred people from his family. Anyway, they are all people who deserve to die. When that time comes, the entire city will be frightened and no one will be convinced. I can also make a good name for myself among the ignorant people. Zhou Jianshu laughed heartily before retracting his smile. He said solemnly, during this period of time, don't show your face outside the manor. His Highness is about to leave Lingzhou. When you meet up with those family members, remember, you are only allowed to say good things about His Highness. If anyone refutes you, you will fall out with them on the spot. Zhou Kongwen hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile, I'll listen to you, father. Those generals who call me brothers might still be useful in the past, but in the future, they won't be worth much. Sooner or later, I'll fall out with them. Zhou Jianshu's face was filled with gratification. Dong Manor. Dong Yueqi, who had lost all face on Wenquan Street, closed the door and refused to see any guests. Dong Jin watched as her father, who could talk and laugh in front of General Zhong, became depressed. He put on his clothes and no longer exposed his chest and back. However, he continued to stare blankly at the Yueqi military officer's armor. Dong Jun tried to persuade her father to eat a few times, but he did not listen. She could only heat up the food again and again. Dong Jun, who was originally a little stubborn and did not want to admit her mistakes, cried as she knelt at her father's feet. Dong Hongqiu sighed heavily and reached out his right hand that was covered in calluses and scars. Back then, even when he slept, he had to hug the Bailiang blade with both hands to sleep peacefully. Dong Hongqiu rubbed his daughter's head and said softly, Do you think that 600 old soldiers sent His Royal Highness out of Bailiang and into the capital because I was blind? I just did not want to admit it. Do you think that I would not believe the rumors that His Royal Highness went to Beimang alone? I just did not want to believe it. Not only Lingzhou, but the entire Bailiang is the same with all the old generals and officials like me. However, when I knelt today, I was still not kneeling to the young prince. I was kneeling to the general and to the Bailiang soldiers who died in battle. If I did not take off my armor today, even I would have forgotten how many scars and arrow wounds I have. Do you still remember what I told you in the past? The reason why I joined the army and risked my life to fight with my life on the line was not because I had nothing better to do. father's ancestors were all officials, and their ranks were not low. Your great-grandfather was a deputy imperial censor of Northern Han, and your grandfather was a county magistrate. They were all upright officials with a good reputation. Afterwards, your entire family was killed by bandits who took advantage of the turmoil in the country. Their eyes were red from the killing, and they killed every official they saw. They did not care if the official was good or bad, as if they were good people as long as they killed the official. When I first joined the army, I only felt that there was hope in joining the Su family's army, with its strict military laws and strict rewards and punishments. By killing more bandits who willfully slaughtered the innocent, not only would I be able to take revenge, I might even be able to restore the Dong family's name to the annals of history. Perhaps there are some things that I have never told you. In the past, I felt that there was no need. As a girl, even the general said that children should be raised in poverty, and daughters should be raised in wealth. Since you have an official as a father, you should be born to enjoy a life of prosperity. Father will not nag at you about those things. Only after today's unforeseen event did I realize that I was wrong. When I was young, the family rules were still in place. When I was young, I knew to look down on those children of influential families who used their power to bully others. Why is it that, in the blink of an eye, my own daughter has become someone that I dislike? Do you remember Mengya, who grew up in our family? She is your Uncle Meng's orphan. Originally, they were betrothed when we were little. However, you were unwilling no matter what, disliking that he did not have a scholarly rank or a family background. Even if I had to betray you, I would accept it for you. Back then, if it wasn't for your Uncle Meng blocking the stab in the back for me at the Western Shu Chunshan Pass, it would have been you living under someone else's roof for 20 years. I'm not saying this to persuade you to marry Mengya. I just want to tell you that before Uncle Meng, who was born in the marketplace, died, he often told me that if he became an official in the future, he had to be a good official who would not bully the commoners. Whoever dared to commit crimes in his territory, he would kill them all on sight. If the general did not agree, he would even dare to scold the general. Once, he was bragging with father and his old subordinates and was caught red-handed by the general who was patrolling the military camp. At that time, your Uncle Meng was still a junior military officer. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Guess what? Not only did the general not teach this junior military officer who had a big mouth and a heart higher than the sky a lesson, he even squatted down to chat with us about daily life. He said that when your Uncle Meng became an official in the future, he would definitely be a good official. The general even said that he could not bear to scold him. Jenner, tell me, how did your father become someone who would definitely be the first bastard he would kill as long as your Uncle Meng was alive? Dong Zhan, who was used to being arrogant and unruly in Lingzhou, could only cry. It was as if the sky had collapsed as she sobbed uncontrollably. Dong Hongqiu walked in front of the old and mottled armor. His gaze was desolate as he said in a low voice, "Jenner, don't cry. Father will bring you to that cenotaph. Give Uncle Meng a few toasts of wine. If father remembers correctly, after you were 11 years old, you never went there again. All these years, you looked down on Mengya. How did he look up to you?" Chapter 945. When Su Fengyan returned to the mansion, he did not climb over the wall again. This greatly disappointed Song Huangmei, who had been waiting at the foot of the wall. It was very late when she learned from the steward that His Royal Highness walked out of the mansion step by step. Miss Song exclaimed and ran out of the Li mansion. The steward saw this and muttered to himself. This Miss Song was too rash. Compared to the quiet and virtuous Miss of the Li mansion, she was thousands of miles away. The steward then began to daydream. Everyone in Beiliang knew that Master Hanlin and His Royal Highness were brothers who grew up together. If Miss Song could become the consort of the King of Beiliang in the future, in addition to the fact that Master was already the administrator, then the Li family would be worthy of the title of the most powerful family in Beiliang. The old steward shook his head. Alas, it was a pity that Miss Song was fooling around with that Guadahan disciple. Peony flower stuck in cow dung. Su Fengyan lay on the bench in the pavilion and looked up at the starry sky. He turned a blind eye to the girl who had sneaked into the pavilion. The girl was really a hard-working heroine. She was able to control her temper. She gritted her teeth and endured the cold for an hour without making a sound. Su Fengyan sat up and asked with a smile, "Miss Song, do you need something from me?" Song Huangmei, who had shrunk to the side of the pavilion to avoid the cold, jumped in fright. Her face, which was not too beautiful, turned red. She lowered her head and clutched the corner of her clothes. She no longer had the heroine demeanor that she had when she blocked him with her sword at the governor's mansion in Huangnam County. Su Fengyan did not want to embarrass her. He took the initiative to ask, "How many years have you practiced the sword? Do you want me to teach you a few easy sword moves?" After Su Fengyan asked the question, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The girl stared at him in a daze and muttered to herself. She seemed to be saying that His Royal Highness's eyes were better than someone else's, but she still only liked that guy. Su Fengyan coughed heavily. Song Huangmei sat down on the other side of the bench and hugged her shoulders with both hands to ward off the cold. She quickly regained her original straightforward personality and laughed. "Your Highness, I know you are an expert and a good person. I have someone I like. He is an outer disciple of a gang in Huangnam County. His name is Do Yangguan. His biggest wish in life is to wear a Beiliang saber and marry me. But my father does not seem to like him very much. How about your Highness be merciful and casually give that Do Yangguan a saber? My father will definitely not object." Su Fengyan knew that this girl definitely did not know that Lotus Pond was almost completely wiped out from Lingzhou's Jianghu. However, the spy report did mention that a young man named Do Yangguan had escaped. He was the lover of Song Yan's daughter, Song Huangmei. Not only that, all 18 generations of Do Yangguan's ancestors had been thoroughly investigated. Su Fengyan had given instructions at the time for the Eagle Guard to give up on this person. An outer disciple who had just entered Lotus Pond for a few days could be killed or not. Since he had this relationship with the Song family, he could just treat it as a gift for Governor Song when he became a Lingzhou official. As for whether that young man would bear a grudge against Beiliang after escaping this disaster and whether he would be determined to take revenge for his sect, Su Fengyan did not care. In the entire Liang Jianghu, there were not many people like that young master who waved a folding fan who had the ability to kill his way to Su Fengyan's eyes. There were even more people who died without even seeing His Royal Highness once. If that person was able to rise above the rest and make Su Fengyan see his name in the spy report again, to the extent where Su Fengyan didn't even mind letting him know about Liantong Zhangsu's identity as a Northern Mang spy and then sending him to the border to sharpen himself. Since he wanted to touch a blade after he entered the army, he would be able to touch it until he wanted to vomit. However, people's hearts were hard to predict. Only heaven knew which path this Do kid would choose to take. As for whether or not Do Yangguan and Song Huangmei could be married, that was even less of a concern to Su Fengyan. Even if he did not want to, he could not. In the current Beiliang, His Royal Highness's time was perhaps the most valuable. Su Fengyan collected his thoughts and smiled. Private individuals are not allowed to wear Beiliang knives. Besides, with your father's eyesight, how could he not see the authenticity of Do Yangguan's knife? Chapter 946. Song Huangmei had a happy-go-lucky personality. Hearing His Royal Highness say this, she only had an expression of understanding. She made an "oh" sound and did not insist. In reality, if it were a normal, slightly unscrupulous woman, if she had the chance to be alone with His Royal Highness, she would do everything in her power to make herself gorgeously dressed. If she caught His Royal Highness, she would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. Otherwise, she would use her identity as a woman to pester His Royal Highness for some promises. This was probably the reason why Su Fengyan was willing to casually chat with her. Song Huangmei did not disturb His Royal Highness, but she also did not leave. She sat on the bench and lazily leaned against the pillar, looking up at the starry sky. Su Fengyan was experienced and knew that this girl most likely missed the disciple of the Jianghu with the surname Do. He lay down again and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, he carefully calculated the ending of Lingzhou. The officialdom of Lingzhou, which was originally far more complicated than Yu and Liang, was believed that with Su Beiji's ability, even if there were still some restrictions, he would be able to barely open up the situation. It was about time for him to leave. He could not always wear the official hat of Lingzhou's general and occupy this place. However, if he really wanted to leave, he had to first take care of that young ace who dared to intrude. Su Fengyan, who had closed his ears, sensed that after Song Huangmei stood up, she tiptoed away. He smiled gently and waited for her to walk far away. He snapped his fingers and said to the death soldier who had quietly appeared, "Tell Ling Zhou's son to do something and polish Do Yangguan. If this person is too unyielding, remove some of his edges and corners. If his will is already depressed, let him meet a noble person. Don't let him lose his spirit early." The death soldier was about to leave when he suddenly heard His Royal Highness ask with a smile, "How about I go and meet that peach blossom fan myself?" In the chaotic times of the spring and autumn period, many people fled far away to avoid disaster. In order to settle down, they did not hesitate to change their names. As a result, when the court set up a list of the names of the people under heaven, they knew that there were many new names that were unclear. However, there were not many people like His Royal Highness who did not even have a name. This man who seemed to have no past and no future, as always, did not say a single word. Su Fengyan waved his hand, and the death soldier disappeared in a flash. Su Fengyan, who still did not feel sleepy, strolled along the small path, counting the lanterns along the way. He guessed that after Li Shifeng stepped down, the court would agree to let Wang Lifting take over the position of Golden Thread Weaving Bureau. Because once this opening was opened, the Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying, King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, and the powerful King of Yanqi and the arrogant King of Guangling would probably be willing to borrow the east wind of Beiliang to pull out this thorn in the flesh. Thinking of this, Su Fengyan smiled and said, "What thorn in the flesh? It's more like a thorn in the flesh." Walking to the north side of the official residence near the lake, he was surprised to find that Song Yan, who had just become the king of Lingzhou, was sitting on a rock by the lake. It was a large object that had been moved from the lake of the spring deity to the Beiliang Road. The cultured and famous people in Liang favored the huge rocks that were pulled out from the lake of the spring deity. Furthermore, even the most ordinary of rocks weighed a few thousand pounds. To be moved hundreds or thousands of li, even if it was not expensive, it would still be expensive. Song Yan's attitude was relaxed. One leg was straight, the other bent, and he drank mouthful after mouthful of Jian Nanchun, which was said to be able to burn through the intestines and lungs. When Su Fengyan walked to the huge rock, Sir Song finally came back to his senses. When he wanted to stand up and greet him, His Royal Highness had already sat down cross-legged. It was not appropriate for him to stand up. Song Yan roughly understood the temperament of the Lingzhou general beside him. He did not bother to make a scene. He shook the yellow clay wine jar and only smiled and said, "Your Highness, it's bottomed out." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "What bottomed out? There are clearly 2 mouthfuls of wine left. If you can't bear to part with it, just say so." Song Yan was also honest. He laughed and said, "I really can't bear to part with it. This jar of wine has been buried underground for 7 or 8 years. At that time, 3 jars were placed underground. After Lord Li became the administrator, he drank 1 jar. This time, when he came to Lingzhou, he knew that he was going to be promoted and get rich. Plus, he had to leave Huangnan County. So he wanted to bring the remaining 2 jars here and give 1 to Your Highness despite the pain. Unexpectedly, when I went to the backyard to take a look, there was only the jar in my hand left. After thinking about it, I knew that my daughter, who sided with an outsider, stole it and gave it to someone else. This made me so worried that I had a few more strands of white hair. Your Highness, please don't blame me." Su Fengyan joked. "The reason has been taken by Sir Song. What else can I say?" Song Yan sighed with emotion. "Your Highness hasn't had it easy these past few years." Su Fengyan was silent for a moment. He waited for Song Biejia to raise his head and drink a big mouthful of wine before he laughed softly. "You might not believe it, but I went to Beimang to meet the king of the northern courtyard, Zhao Huainan. I also went to the capital to meet the emperor. There were many twists and turns in between these 2 trips. However, the one time I felt the most wronged was the first time I left home in a sorry state. In Huzhou, I met a son of a rich family who was carrying a Beiliang saber that he had bought privately. That fellow knocked a big bump on my head. If I was in Beiliang back then, this kind of trash would have been bitten to death by dogs. It was also at that time that I realized that there was a world of difference between having Su Xiao as a father and not having a father like him by my side. Later on, I also suffered some losses. However, it was probably because I was used to being treated like a rat on the street, so it was no longer difficult for me to get over it. At that time, I found some fugitives to be my training dummies. The horse bandit leader slashed my body with his saber. The pain was so excruciating that I almost rolled on the ground. At that time, I did not have the courage to lower my head to look at the wound. When I uncovered the scar, I told myself not to practice the saber anymore. Fortunately, I clenched my teeth and persevered. Since then, I have never been able to forget it. Even though my life has been hanging by a thread many times over the past few years, which was indeed a torment of hovering between life and death, I still feel that it is not as memorable as that stab. Song Yen was startled. He raised his hand and lifted the wine jar. He sighed and said, "This lowly official has never been afraid of the intrigues of the officialdom. However, if someone put a saber on his neck and really had to watch himself bleed, he would most likely not care about the integrity of a scholar." The phrase, "without the strength to truss a chicken," refers to scholars like Song Yen. Su Fengyan joked, "No man can be without the strength to truss a chicken. Some brothel girls are even better at trussing chickens." Song Yen spat out a mouthful of wine. He lowered his head and looked at his crotch. He laughed until tears came out. He did not care about wasting the last bottle of Jian Nanchunyan. After laughing, Song Yen turned his head to look at His Royal Highness. "Life is not as you wish. It is a bitter thing." Su Fengyan looked at the lake and smiled indifferently. "In the end, I can still talk with people. It is a fortunate thing." Song Yen was silent. Su Fengyan said, "Song Yen, go and bury 3 more jars of wine. In 7 or 8 years, if both of us are alive, you will give me a jar. I will also give you a border official who is not inferior to the administrator." Chapter 947. His Royal Highness, who had just stabilized his position as Lingzhou's general, left. The entire city was in an uproar. This made the provincial officials whose ranks were lower than Zhou Fulu's stand outside the general's residence and look at each other. They were extremely vexed. These officials really had a stomach full of bitterness of not being able to find a temple to worship Bodhisattva. Fortunately, there was still a Lingzhou provincial governor and a guest temporarily living in the general's residence. It was a pity that the new provincial governor, Su Beiji, had put on airs in broad daylight and refused to see any guests. Only a few scattered officials who had waited bitterly until dusk refused to give up. They were told by the residence's head steward, Sun Fulu, that they could enter the residence for a chat. This made these people excited like they had been injected with chicken blood. They all felt that the ancient saying, "Where there is sincerity, metal and stone will open," was true. However, there was only one congratulatory gift in their hands. Once the master of the general's residence left, even though the provincial governor's rank was a full rank lower, he was a local snake. They really did not dare to slight him. Fortunately, the young provincial governor was understanding and waited outside the hall with the guest, Song Yen, for everyone, giving them enough face. The congratulatory gift was naturally given to His Royal Highness, who had already left the provincial capital. That provincial governor Su was truly worthy of being His Royal Highness's most trusted aide. He joked that when he had a provincial governor's residence, he would ask for a gift from everyone and would not be lenient. Everyone looked at the calm and reserved Su Beiji and felt like they had eaten a large calming pill. As long as this person did not use His Royal Highness power to start a massacre in Lingzhou and followed the rules to become an official, then everything would be fine. Right now, no one dared to cause trouble. Since everyone had accepted their fate and submitted to His Royal Highness, then they had a way out. They did not need to worry about being the first to be cut. They could go help the new master of Lingzhou pass firewood and make the flames burn a little higher. They saw that Provincial Governor Su and Song Biejia did not seem to be united on the surface but divided at heart. They spoke many times and seemed to have a tacit understanding. This made everyone feel fear. Even though they did not know what Administrator Li Gongda's plans were, as long as these two worked together for a period of time, even if they were newlyweds, they would still be separated. However, if Surly wanted to stir up trouble at this juncture, the general's residents would at least be able to put up a fight at the very least. They would not be completely helpless. As for the situation in Lingzhou, that was a matter for the future. The group of 5th, 6th, and 7th rank officials would just deal with it as they saw it. After sending off this group of guests, Song Yan raised his head to look at the sky. He smiled and said, "Provincial governor, looking at the situation, it is going to snow again. Let's drink a little wine and wait for the snow together?" Su Beiji shook his head and said with a smile, "I just handed over the matters in Lingzhou to the neighboring side. It is a mess and there is not enough manpower in the residence. I am someone who cannot sit still, so I will not drink wine and admire the snow with Sir Song. If there is really a day when we are free, we will make up for it together. At that time, Sir Song will not be able to escape even if you want to." Song Yan smiled and nodded. Looking at Provincial Governor Su Beiji's lonely back, he thought to himself, is Su Beiji going to be like Zhao Yuling in the Liang Temple? A lonely official who is favored by both civil and military officials? Su Fengyan left the capital of Lingzhou and had already arrived in Green Snake County. He did not travel in secret this time. Instead, he brought along 600 Lingzhou elites. The number of captains with real power in Lingzhou could be counted on one hand. For example, the Yu cavalry captain Dong Hongqiu was Zhong Hongwu's trusted aide, so it was not easy for him to move around. However, in such a large granary of Beiliang, it was impossible for Zhong Hongwu to cover the sky with one hand. The wooden man beside Su Fengyan was named Huang Xiaokuai. After his father died, he made an exception and inherited the position of captains with real power. It was a rare title, Pearl Captain. It originated from the war during the spring and autumn period. After Huang Xiaokuai's father broke through the city, he strung up thousands of heads with ropes and hung them all over the city walls like bloody pearl curtains. This was to welcome the enemy's reinforcements and to show the enemy that he was willing to fight to the death. Later on, he even performed meritorious service in defending the city. He was promised by Su Shao that no matter what rank he was, as long as he was an officer under the Su family's iron cavalry, his descendants would be able to inherit his meritorious service. As expected, Huang Xiaokuai successfully took over the position of Pearl Captain 2 years ago. However, he was always pushed aside and isolated in Lingzhou. He was the weakest of the captains with real power. After Su Fengyan chatted with Huang Xiaokuai for a while, he knew that there was a reason why Huang Xiaokuai was not popular in Lingzhou. Huang Xiaokuai was too stubborn and did not know how to adapt. Even when he saw him, a person who had resigned from the position of Lingzhou general and was still a member of His Royal Highness, Huang Xiaokuai was still the same. Compared to Wang Ji, who was also a descendant of meritorious service, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, Huang Xiaokuai did not know how to curry favor and only knew how to manage the army. This made Su Fengyan admire him from the bottom of his heart. In Lingzhou, he had seen many slippery and two-faced officials. When he saw Huang Xiaokuai, it was as if he had tasted table after table of greasy delicacies and suddenly brought a bowl of refreshing white porridge. The 600 cavalrymen galloped east on the relay road. During this time, there were constantly spies and scouts reporting back with military intelligence. Even Huang Xiaokuai, who was a rigid military officer who did not know how to climb up the ranks of the bureaucracy, was surprised. It turned out that not only were the 600 cavalrymen under his command rushing to the border between Green Snake County and Eastern Wind County to await orders, there were also a few troops from other counties who had heard the news. It seemed like they were going to spread a net to surround the master and servant pair. Using several thousand troops to deal with 2 people, wasn't His Highness a little too much? However, Huang Xiaokuai did not dare to comment on this. He originally thought that it would be difficult for His Highness to do anything alone in Lingzhou. Who would have thought that with one palm, the entire bureaucracy of Lingzhou was lying on the ground, not daring to even breathe loudly. Huang Xiaokuai, who had never had much talent in the bureaucracy, admired him even more. Behind Su Fengyan was the Lingzhou Deputy General Han Laozhan. In the cavalry there was a carriage. Huyan Guanin had already been sent to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Only Pei Nanwei, who was still wandering around, was left. From time to time, She would lift up the curtain and look at the person galloping forward. Pei Nanwei's eyes were gloomy. If this was 3 years ago, when the crown prince of Beiliang made such a big fuss in Lingzhou, in the eyes of the old foxes in the bureaucracy, it was like a child playing house. It was a childish act that would invite ridicule. But now, not many people dared to have such an arrogant attitude. Most of them secretly felt that this future king of Beiliang, even if he could not compare to Minister Chun, who would probably leave the capital in the future to become a vassal of Western Shu, the difference was not too far off.